All right. So, welcome, everybody. Hello. How's it going? I'm back today. We're gonna do an FF7 speedrun today, and the special thing about it is that it's not just a regular old PB attempt. It is practice for the relay race that's coming up. In August, in August. There's going to be a Final Fantasy relay race where 3 teams are going to race through every Final Fantasy game, 1 through 16 plus some others. And Rain, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, and it's a relay race though, so a different runner plays each game, right? And so I am submitting to be one of the Final Fantasy VII runners. Or the Final Fantasy VII runner for one of the teams, and in order to do that, I need to have run the game. Well, and by that I mean what I actually mean is, I need to. Gosh, I just woke up, so I'm struggling with words. I need to have run the game recently enough to submit completed runs to them to say, like, here you go, I am able to complete the game. And then also I think they use these numbers to determine who is going to be the on what teams and stuff, right? Like, I'm sure that they seed the runners for each game into teams in a way that, like, makes them somewhat balanced. So yeah. So the time that we get is somewhat important as well. Nutwalker, thank you for subscribing. For speedrun as a dad, I think so. I've done a few streams, but I don't think I've done any speedruns. And all right, so yeah, here we go. It's relay race practice time. So that means it's a full run. It's a no reset run. Like that's the thing that is fun for a viewer. Some people, I would understand if you're only interested in watching a PB attempt, because that's when the runner, because, like, there's no chance of getting a PB on a practice run, really, because we're going to do some safety stuff. But, and so it's less exciting for some people. What's more exciting about it, though, is that we're going to see the whole game, We're not going to, it's not going to be like, oh, I had a disaster on this boss and lost, 2 minutes. I still beat the boss, but I lost 2 minutes, and so now we just quit, It's not that kind of run. All right, so all that said, that's also why the splits are blank, is because, oh, my split pedal moved. Right, I vacuumed. I cleaned the whole setup here. I don't have, as my the Roach King desk is cleared off, and everything's clean down here. I vacuumed and everything, and let's get going. Here we go. Boom. August 21st to 24th is the actual relay time. Yeah, and then I think I need to get these couple runs done by, like, August 2nd or something. Mrs. Dash, thank you. As always, how's Baby Dash? Oh, she's doing great. She got to, as usual, she spent all night with Dad, and then all morning with Mom. And all right, turns games I bought during a sale into games I'll never play. I know the feeling there. Stellar Blade is finally on sale though, and I've been really wanting to play that, so I'll pick up Stellar Blade on this sale, and that might be it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's anything more that I'm looking for on this Steam sale. However, I haven't made much progress in my gaming the last several days. I've been doing music a lot more lately. Like, I've just been playing guitar and drums more. I've been working on my music more. I went and saw Vanishing Earth a couple days ago. in concert. They played with a band called Vin, a band called Esilic, and a band called Phase Meridian. Esilic and Phase Meridian both had a new album just come out, so it was like a double album release concert. But I went there to see Vanishing Earth, who opened for them, and they were awesome. But yeah, the reason I bring all that up, though, is to say that I have not made any progress on Silent Hill F, which is like the game that I need to beat before I get Stellar Blade, or before I start it. Oh, and the last couple days of gaming, I actually played through FF7. I already did a practice run on my CRT upstairs. And that's right, Rathsputin. They said I'd never actually play FF7 again, and yet here we are. Who's laughing now? You've been addicted to Monster Hunter? Are you excited for the Wilds expansion? Wow, first turn Cloud and then they missed him? We actually don't want them to miss Cloud because any little sliver of limit bar that he can get might be important, it might be good. And it's not like he's gonna die. The punch does 7 and the bullet does 4. Oh yeah, it's anime rules. Melee attacks are always stronger than guns. It is kind of funny, like, I say that's an anime. In anime, it's like specifically swords hard counter guns in animes, you know? Because they can just deflect the bullets with their sword. But in the media in general, though, I mean, I guess this is something I've heard people talk about for a long time, but I haven't really heard people talk about it for a while. Just the general thing about, like, in the media, guns are just extremely, like, underpowered or they're represented as being very underpowered. You know, it's like they barely do anything. Like, all guns are BB guns. Oh yeah, so as far as the relay race goes, what channel is it on again? Is it on RPG Limit Break? Zakara, thank you for resubscribing. Thanks for inspiring you to learn the speedrun. Yeah. I love to hear it. And you've gotten multiple soft locks in Wall Market. Yeah, the thing about, like, bar skip doesn't really save a ton of time for how dangerous it might be, like, early on. I didn't learn bar skip at first when I started running. When I first started running, I did not learn bar skip or coral skip, because I was afraid of soft locks. And then I added them in later. And yeah, that true what Cornfed says, doing bar skip really slowly and carefully probably just ends up losing you time. Alright. And Armizian, hello. Nice to meet you. On the practice run I did in the family room, I got like a nutty guard scorpion. Oh, because Barrett's big shot crit. And slowly binging 4-8's videos on enemy AI. Yeah, those are great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and a half. FF7 decompilation for the PlayStation version you've started working on. That sounds incredible. Like, okay, so would the end goal of that be to make like a literal source port? Because that'd be insane. The relay race is it's game to game. So it's all the Final Fantasies like 1 through 16. Run, and then there's a different runner per game. So we got an early bolt, by the way. That's very good for us, considering that Cloud is doing very weak bolts here. So that means that his next attack is guaranteed to be Scorpion Tail, which is good because that should give either character a limit. Why do I know it's going to be Scorpion Tail? Because under a certain HP threshold, he always does Scorpion Tail and never does Rifle. And under normal circumstances, he has a chance to do Rifle on both. But because we got that extra bolt in before his first turn, there's the Scorpion Tail. Because we got that extra bolt in before his first turn, that lowered his HP enough to be under that threshold. So now I'm gonna sneak the Braver in for sure. And then also because of the early bolt, I think we're gonna do 2 regular attacks on this part. Because they're quick. Did I get further in Order of the Sinking Star? Yes, I did the entire Heroes of Might or whatever, Heroes of Lugging area. And then I got a little bit ways into the mirror area, but I didn't finish it. So Order of the Sinking Star, the laser can crit, yes. Order of the Sinking Star, I really, really like the puzzles. I think the puzzles are fantastic. Man, though, the writing and constant talking is really annoying me, though. I really don't like the writing and the character chatting. But man, the puzzles are really good. What got me into FF7 originally was my brother. My brother asked for it for Christmas back in 1998. I think 98. And, yeah. And then that was it. All right. So here we are doing a setup. So we bonk into the potion, we walk down to Jesse. What this setup does is it leaves the reactor after a specific number of steps. And the reason this is important is because the number of steps you've taken is what determines when critical battles happen. And so doing this is going to make it so that we reach the apps fight after a certain number of steps. And then the apps fight is going to be critical. But yeah, I think we got this game in '98, a year after it came out. Goyi, thank you for subscribing. And there we go. Kid's doing great. As far as we can tell, you know. She's very smiley. She's always excited to see mom and dad, you know. I mean, she's not super excited, Like, she's not at the phase yet of, like, saying our names or, like, getting, like, visibly pumped, you know? Rather just we are able to make her smile, you know? Just a couple months, yeah. She's 2 months old. And yeah. Well, 3 discs powerful for FF7. 8 and 9 were both 4 discs. But yeah, she sat on my lap when I did the family room. I had a kid, Alucard? Yes, well, that's why I've been gone so much, you know? Like, I have barely streamed for the last couple months, and it's because, yeah, it's because I've got a baby in the house. Your baby will be 3 months next week? Oh, damn, yeah, so we've both got, a kid the same age. Is it a boy or a girl? Yours. We have a girl. Newman, thank you. You got a boy. Awesome. There we go. The joy of daughter's birth or the thrill of getting world record? I'm gonna answer your question in earnest, okay? As if it's not facetious. Just real talk, you guys, for a second. All of this FF7 stuff, the speed running, the world records, and all that, none of it really matters. None of this shit really matters at all. It's just fun. But the daughter, she matters. Yo, Morning Craft. You also had a kid 2 or 3 years ago, and somehow she turns 21 in 2 weeks? Oh, man. See, yeah, that'll be me pretty soon here. I was telling my cousins also, you know, my, Killer 7 rave music. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, man. It's so funny how that's like a 4-minute absolute fucking banger of a song that you hear 7 seconds of in that game. Anyway, sorry, that was a distraction. But yeah, I've been telling my niece and nephew, you know, like my niece and nephew are 12 and 14 or something. And I was telling them, since we have a kid now, a baby, that like 1, 2, 3, 4, that like I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing people whenever you see family members, you know, that you see every 6 months or so, and every time they go, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe how much you've grown." And my niece and nephew were like, "Yeah, oh my god, it's so annoying." And I was like, yep. However, get ready for you to now be thinking that and saying that to our child every time you see her. And you're not going to be able to believe how much bigger and older she is every time you see her. And it's going to be hard not to say it. My wife pointed out to me that, you know, assuming no complications happen, whether that's in the positive or the negative direction, she's expected to graduate in the class of 2044? Which is kind of wild to think about. Oh, and I think we were thinking of that because you know, our how would I say it? My niece-in-law, no, not in-law. Step-niece just graduated. So we were just at her graduation party yesterday. Yo, Kowalski. The people on the back foot by asking if their baby has shrunk. Oh, yeah. Has she lost weight? Boom. All right. You can refer to Baby Dash by any name that gets the point across of who you're talking about. Don't matter. What's her name? We're not saying what her actual name is on the internet. It's up to her how anonymous or open she wants to be on the internet. If we weren't documenting how much she eats, having someone ask if she lost weight would freak you out. That's true. That's true. Like, the idea of asking if the baby's lost weight would actually probably, like, freak the mother out. Real talk. Oh no, it's not rude to ask at all. I mean, you know, I'm just telling you that that's what we're doing at the time. All right, it's T.I. on the birth certificate. So now it's just T for short. All right, Reshiram, how's it going? Hello. Okay, good. We do have the estimated IGT up, and then I think I've got all my notes up. The practice run I did in the family room, I had 0 notes for, which meant that I did unmanipulated elevator and I didn't do any world map manips. But that also means that I did all my menuing and I did the whole step route and got all the menus with 0 notes, even though I haven't been running very much lately. So I was very happy about that. How long is this category? If everything goes well, we should be done in 6.5 hours. Total. So, yeah. But being that it's a practice run, things might go wrong, and it's going to be a no reset run. My goal is to be sub, I would say, 6:45. What does the relay race mean? In August, there's a big thing on RPG Limit Break. Twitch.tv/RPG Limit Break. They are doing a relay race that is 3 teams, and each team races through the whole Final Fantasy series, every game, at least, and when I say every game, I mean within reason. And it's a relay race per team, so each game has a different runner. And so I am applying to be the Final Fantasy VII runner for one of the teams. And so in order to apply, I need to I need to have 2 practice runs to submit between now and August. So you guys are going to get at least 2 runs from me, which, let's be real, that means you're going to get 2 runs from me between now and August. All right. It is truly relay, Shim Sham. I might be starting FF7 a half hour after the other guy starts it because of the teams. And Fish, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. All right. Here's these jabronis. Whoop, a little bit more. There we go. I don't run any other Final Fantasy games, nah. And Yotunes, the only other games at all that I've speedrun are Super Mario Bros. Warpless and Wings of V, which has a sequel coming out. And by coming out, I mean, I don't know. Why no 3? Sorry, I don't understand the question. La da 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 da. Why not 3 runs or 4? Oh, because I gotcha. Because I have a kid, and so me getting any runs in of a up to 7-hour speed run it's a miracle anytime that it's able to happen. It's a miracle to thank Mrs. Dash for, that she is that she allows me to do something like a 7-hour speed run. So we'll get 2 of them, and realistically, that's all I'll have time for. I am gonna practice off stream though. This doesn't mean that I'm not gonna practice for the relay. It just means that as far as submitting 2 complete runs goes, that is that's about all I'm gonna do on stream. But yeah, I'll practice off stream plenty. The 2 original streams reviewing the Tiki Liger run, they're probably gone. I'm not sure. Unless YouTube... Does YouTube delete VODs? Maybe... Wait, I wasn't streaming on YouTube back then. So, yeah, I was only streaming on Twitch back then. And Twitch deletes VODs after a couple months. And then it was only after the Tiki Liger thing that I started streaming on YouTube. Because the YouTube video popped off so much, I started streaming on YouTube as well. Does the winner get a relay trophy? I don't know about anything like what the incentives are besides just purely for fun. I think it's just purely for fun. I don't think I have time for a drink. Submitting runs to every team? So you just submit to the relay, and then from what I understand, they use your times in order to, seed you into the most appropriate team. And yo, TMD. Alright, bar skip time. How's the sleep going? I slept until 11 today, because I was up till 3 a.m. That's kind of how it's generally been going, is that, I stay up really late because, I don't want the baby to wake us up at 3 in the morning, so I just, like, stay up until like, the last time that she wants to eat at night, and then I go to bed, and then that way she'll sleep until, like, sometime in the morning, and at that point, Mrs. Dash can get up. And that's kind of our schedule right now, is that we overlap, right? Mrs. Dash goes to bed early, I stay up late, and then she gets up early and I sleep in. And that way we're all, you know, we've always got someone on duty. The thing is, though, it's only possible because we're still on parental leave. And so we gotta, we have to start sleeping normally, like, very soon, so that we can get back into work schedules. And it shouldn't be too bad because, the kid has been sleeping pretty well lately. Oh my god, I got confused. I got confused and I lost 30 seconds to practice. There you go, there's a 30-second time loss that we have to not have happen. See, and this is the thing, on a PB attempt, this would be a reset. I would have to reset right now if this was a PB attempt. But instead, I'm just a fucking idiot and we lose 30 seconds. Come on. I got confused as to what to do on those text boxes. And yeah, Borrow. So that's the thing, is that so race practice is very different from a PB attempt, and this is kind of a thing that's like, this is like a general thing in speedrunning. Is like, I'm sure you guys have heard the term marathon strat, right? Like, oh, that's a marathon strat, and what that means is it's a strat that you use when resetting is not an option, you know? Like, when you do PB attempts, you can just reset any time that there's a problem, right? And try to get that perfect run is the idea. But marathon strats and race strats means that it's essentially no reset, right? It's like, we need to finish the game by any means necessary, while going, you know, while going as fast as possible, secondary to that. Saving before calm skip? Yeah, you would have to do that. And the reason to save before calm skip is because you don't have any control over that, you know? Like, that's just a purely RNG thing. Orisis, thanks for subscribing. I got the tiara, right? I had to have gotten the tiara, but I don't remember doing it. In-game Bacardi, welcome on in. No rebirth skip? No. The category that is being run in the relay race is no slots, which is a legacy category or whatever. It's a category that bans rebirth skip. Yo, XEQT. Fatherhood's been great so far. And yeah, as far as streams go, because I'm mentioning that, like, I can't get very many full FF7 runs in, I would think that the things to expect on stream more is, of course, more drumming. Love playing drums always. But then I'd like to keep playing through God of War 2, and I would like to verify the rest of that Zeal run. I'm already planning to return to work when it's only been a couple of months. Yes. On what we get, and this is a state thing, we get 12 weeks. Depending on where you live in the US, and depending on what company you work for and all that kind of thing, you know, you get a different amount of leave time. In Minnesota, everybody gets 12 weeks. And so that's it. After 12 weeks, we return to work. My parents, though, are lined up for daycare after that. And yo, Rock Crawl Jeep. Okay, yeah, we got the tiara. You only get 2 weeks in the UK, the father does. Yeah, so we both get 12 weeks. This 12-week program in Minnesota is actually brand new. It's brand new. And it used to just be much more dependent on who you worked for. So I think what would have happened if it weren't for this new program, I think Mrs. Dash would have gotten more time and I would have gotten less, like what you're describing in the UK. But not a year, though. Yeah, the mother getting a year, I mean, that sounds way better. I would way rather be working and Mrs. Dash having a year off. I don't know if she would want a year off, though, because, well, I don't know. I'm not going to speak for her. She would probably want a year off, say yes, that'd be great. But she does also have, like, a big project at work that she doesn't want to stagnate. Can you choose when you have those weeks? The 12 weeks? Yes. So, yeah, we both just took the full time right away, but we could have staggered it. You switched when you had kids, she stayed home a year, and then you did a year? Oh, man, that's crazy. Yeah, that's a lot of time. Now, one thing I will say is I do work from home, so, well, most of the time. I do have a lot. I do have to drive out to places frequently, but like my day-to-day work is mostly at home. All right, here we go for our preemptive apps. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Is that Matt I see over yonder? All right, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, whoa! 508, that's a big braver for a guy who didn't unequip any of his green materia. You had to use WIC because formula's wicked expensive and babies eat a lot. I don't know what WIC or WIC, I don't know what that is. But yeah, I mean, we're using formula for sure. Crit Braver here? Yes. It's not as big a time save as you'd think, but it's really nice. Jun, jun, jun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Don't have materia, so no nerfs on physical attribute. Cloud has lightning and ice equipped from the start of the game. Like, he starts the game with those 2 green materia equipped, and both of them reduce his strength by 1. So some runners will actually unequip those materia before the apps fight to make sure that the Braver does enough damage to not allow apps to get an extra turn. If the Braver rolls too low, which is much more likely with those materia equipped, then he'll get an extra turn. Okay. Oh. A little bit earlier than I expected. Ba, 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 ba. All right, and yeah, the boss death effect is so good. Not just the sound effect, but like the screen flash, the red silhouette of the boss. All that stuff is so cool. When would you re-equip the materia? Before the motorball fight. So what I do is on the way up to the HQ, I switch from fire or from ice lightning, which he comes with. I switch it to restore and cover. Because I want restore in case somebody needs to be cured, and I want cover so that Cloud will rebuild he's more likely to rebuild his limit gauge for the Rufus fight. But that's optional, right? Both of those are optional. When we need to re-equip materia is before the motorball fight. Because motorball, we use several bolts on him, and he's weak to lightning. So we want Cloud's magic stat to be as buffed as possible for the motorball fight. So we equip all 4 of the green materia we have at that time. Poison, restore, or wait, not fire though? No, he only has 4 slots with the Buster Sword and the Mithril Armlet. And so yeah, we equip 4 greens on him before then. Fire's off because you sell in Coral? I don't sell fire in Coral. I keep it until after Materia Keeper in case I want to use it for stat adjustments. Oh, yeah. And yo, Pud. And yo, Zoa, thank you for the good luck. That staircase right there, those spiral stairs up, is secretly one of the places that, like, you lose a ton of steps on if you don't practice that part. The meat grinder. Alright, so since Cloud is so strong, we can definitely try to get a regular attack with him here. Nice early grenade with Barret also. $139? That might not cut it. So, oh, it did, okay. St. Michael, thank you for subscribing. How you doing? And yo, Rennie? What up, Lilium? Hey, if you haven't already, Zililium, you have an entire hundo on YouTube to catch up on. Maybe even two. By the way, though, don't think I didn't notice. Congratulations on upgrading from the unemployed to 9-to-5 survivor. Bum ba bum ba bum. Oh yeah. Man, I tell you, you guys ever have those Celsius drinks? They're it's like the sparkling water energy drink. Well, not even water. It's just like it's like a sparkling drink, but it's an energy drink. I didn't realize so I got Celsius a couple of times because they sounded good. I just really like how they taste. I didn't even realize that they were energy drinks. But now we started buying packs of them, and now I'm drinking one like every day. I'm not usually I've never been an energy drink guy, and now I'm drinking a Celsius like every day. But it's because I was falling asleep every day, dude. Like every evening that after I ate dinner, I would succumb for like, you know, I don't know, anywhere between 20 minutes to like 2 hours. It was like Fuhuo, by the way, thank you for subscribing. And I think it's a Scream XQC, yeah. But yeah, I was Rennie, thank you. Yeah, I was falling asleep like every day, so now I'm having an energy drink every day instead. But you know what? I feel like they're good for me. You know, they got vitamins in them. When I pee after having a Celsius, it's like that bright yellow extra vitamins color, you know? So I feel like it's basically vegetables. Yo, DJ Lasers. You love Ghost? You're into Ghost now? That's awesome. Yeah, I really like Ghost. The Shinra energy drink propaganda. So I'm really into orange Celsius specifically. Now, if you guys are Costco pilled though, there is a Kirkland brand that's a little cheaper. Is this my first run post dad life? It is my first run on stream, yes. I did a practice run upstairs in the family room that was very slow because I was like stopping to do other things in the middle of it and stuff, you know? So yeah, my first like timed on stream would be now. All right, all right. Kung Lao, welcome, welcome. So who's hosting the relay race? It is RPG Limit Break. Okay, okay. It is, but it is time now. Anything fucked up in this run yet? I accidentally practiced squats, which loses 30 seconds. That's the only mistake I've made so far. Let's see how elevator manip goes, though. Alright, here we go. Oh, I forgot to have my stopwatch open. Okay. I got waterfall glow pattern 121 223 233. That is pattern 36. So we go at 315. All right, awesome. We're all set. Yeah, so this is RNG manipulation for the elevator. Once we're in the elevator, all the RNG manipulation is based on like timing and buffered inputs and visual cues and stuff. Right now, though, we need to manipulate the RNG that we start on going into the elevator. Because the only way to manipulate elevator RNG is if you know where you are on the table going in. So the way that we know is by the waterfall just there. So by counting the waterfall glows there, we have found out that we are on pattern 36. There's 256 possible glow patterns, and I have them all written down in a document. And so that pattern that we just got, what was it? 121 223 233. That's pattern 36. And so now we need to ever so slightly manipulate into a better spot. And so the way that we do that is by allowing the waterfall to glow like 1 or 2 extra times before we leave. And the way that we time it is using the spinning save crystal. So in order to get the waterfall to glow the correct number of times before we leave, we need to leave between 3 spins and 3.5 spins. So I'm going to go at 3.25 spins on the save crystal. And again, the save crystal isn't what's affecting RNG, it's the waterfall. The save crystal is just a convenient way to... it's just a convenient visual cue. La da 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 da. All right, so watch the save crystal. 1 spin, 2, 3.25, and there you go. So now this screen and this screen both, there is no RNG movement, so we don't got to worry about it. There's a chart of the boss theme in this game. I'm not surprised. Is it the Black Mage's version? This screen also has no RNG advancement. This screen has no RNG advancement, so we don't have to worry about things moving. However, the next screen, RNG advances. And so we have to move through the screen in a very particular way to make sure that we spend exactly the correct number of frames so that the RNG behaves the way that we expect it to. So the way that we do that is by going upright, into upright, and just holding upright all the way out. Boom, that was a perfectly consistent traversal. This room doesn't matter, but now this room matters again. So we got to go upright, into up, and brush on that building. Up left, into up, and brush on that. That's perfectly consistent. And then brush on that, get through here, and brush on that. There we go. Now this room doesn't matter. So that was just all perfectly down to the frame consistent movement. This is almost as important, but there's a little bit more leeway. And then this room doesn't matter. So by spending by doing that movement, we spend an exact number of frames on each one of those screens. And the reason that that's important is because all of this RNG manipulation that we're doing is pre-researched. And it was pre-researched under the pretense that if you enter this room on X RNG, you will leave with Y RNG. And the only way to know that is if you're on the screen for an exact number of frames. Oops. This is on PS2, Mike-ter. The reason we play on a PS2 is because you can enable fast disk speed and get significantly better load times than on a regular PS1. Don't know this, the name of the song. Oh, yeah. The name of the song should be like Still More Fighting, I think is like the normal English translation of it. And then the Black Mages is like the metal band that Uematsu, the composer, is the keyboardist of, and they do like metal versions of his songs. Oh, by the way, this room also we need to spend an exact number of frames on, but it's really easy because all you have to do is hit the first cycle of this thing. And as long as you hit the first cycle of that pole swing, you're good. Those who fight further, right, I've heard... Oh, right. I've either heard that or Still More Fighting are the two names. I think Those Who Fight Further might actually be the one. But it's just it's just the in-game original. Gotcha. All right. And yo, no name. The kid is doing great. She was as smiley as ever this morning. All right, so now here we go, folks. Now we know that we are on RNG position 16. We are on position 16 of the RNG table. Which now means we can manipulate the elevator from this point. Why do we have 3 names for the same song? So what we all need to do... You know what? I'm going to use this braver. We all just need to phonetically memorize the Japanese names of all of these songs, so that when we talk about them, we can just use those names. Alright, so we're at 3 Bravers already. Okay, so the reason to open that menu there was I buffered opening the menu, which opened it on a consistent frame, and then I started a stopwatch as I exited the menu, which is going to count down. And now we should get 19, 15, or 17. We got 19, so that means that I was a frame early. So the beeping there was to assist timing. 19 means I was a frame early. If I had hit the exact right frame, we would have gotten floor 15. If I was a frame late, we would have gotten 17. And now what I have written down is the full manipulation from floor 19, which the first one is a yucky 11 frames past neutral. So you'll see what that means right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pretty bad, but that avoided an entire fight, because now we get floor 29. So now, to get this to happen again, I need to go 5 frames past neutral to get to floor 38. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now I need to go 0 or 16. 0 or 16. Perfect. All right, now it's 5. To get to floor 59, we do 5. 1, 2, 3, because I was too late, so 2 frames already passed. Boom. There's elevator manip. And yeah, for anybody just getting into running this game, don't do elevator manip. Elevator manip is like literally the last thing to learn, because it's a huge pain in the ass. It's extremely difficult. It takes forever to learn, and it saves like 1 minute. And holy shit, No Name, thank you for the $30 super chat. Get some pizza for us? All right, all right. We will put that to good use. Thank you, thank you. And wow, we're this run has actually been really good, besides that 30-second failure. That's funny. Because, dude, if it weren't for the 30 seconds lost to practicing squats by accident, this would have been a sub 59:20 elevator time? That's actually nutty. We're going very fast right now. Because, like, I lost 30 seconds to that mistake on squats, and this is still like a really good pace. That's pretty crazy. All right. All right. Here, the mayor password is actually based on your in-game time. So we just open the menu. We saw 22. Divide that by 4, you get remainder 2, which means that the password is best. Which is the top option. Boom. Woo. The reason that there's no splits is because this is race practice. It's not a PB attempt. So there's going to be things like I'm going to stop to make a safety save here and there and stuff like that. So it's not really competing against my PB. The goal for today is to complete the run, first and foremost. And secondary to that is to go as fast as possible. And yo, Breaker Illusion. And yeah, in general, I think speedruns are, you know, a lot more fun to watch when you kind of get all of the details, right? You can follow them more closely and stuff. So that's why I always go out of my way to, like, explain all this stuff, even for people who have heard it a million times, you know. These boxes are kind of weird, though. They're like something... They're maybe bugged, where you only have to choose the correct box for the first one, and then if you put it in the bottom right position, you can do the rest of the boxes in any order. I don't know why it's like that. And yo, Randy. Cord did a 95-hour stream. Cordelium? I did not see that. That's crazy, dude. I can't go more than 20. 20 hours is like my total limit. Because the thing is, like, even if I go into a stream, I'm so pumped up that I'm ready to go over 24 hours, you know? Like, I did that a couple times back in my earlier streaming days, you know? I did the, gosh, what was the, event. There used to be an event where people would stream for 24 hours for. I don't remember what it was. But I would always try to do it. But, dude, after 20 hours, I get so, like, grumpy that my, you know, my brain chemistry has changed to where I just don't even care about the idea of a 24-hour stream anymore. I'm just like, fuck it, I'm going to bed. Xenogears, Final Fantasy VIII, and Chrono Cross all 100% in a row. That does sound crazy. That sounds like, you know, that's like getting a little concerned. Kind of crazy. Yo, Chaos Factor, thank you for the 93 months. Thank you. Is there a race coming up? Yes, no name. The channel is RPG Limit Break. In fact, I should probably do like the Twitch shout out for the channel. But it's twitch.tv/RPG Limit Break. In mid-August, there is going to be the Great Final Fantasy Relay Race, where I am applying to be one of the FF7 runners, the FF7 runner for one of the teams. But it's going to be a relay race through, you know, tons of through like basically all the Final Fantasies. Someone did Final Fantasy X 100%. That was 40 hours long. Yeah, sheesh. all or just the main line? I mean, within reason. Right? Like, put yourself in the shoes of somebody organizing a relay race where you need to find 3 runners for each game, and then make whatever assumptions from there. I think I need to heal Tifa. Oh, and if you go to... I think there's a website for the relay, which has the schedule, and on the schedule you can see, like, literally just what all the games are that are going to be part of it. And yo, Doomies? Bum, 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 bum. Doomies also signed up for the relay race as a FF7 runner. So it might be me and Doomies against each other and one other guy, depending on who all signs up. Rupon, the Japanese runner, also signed up. I only ever see Rupon run in, like, race events and that kind of stuff, and his runs are always crazy. Okay, I am going to heal Tifa. Whoop! I guess I might as well have healed Cloud. But oh well. And then since we successfully did elevator manip, we don't have to do any grenade saving measures. Yeah, any percent no slots, when you see no slots specified, that means that it's the category that does not do disc 1 skip. Because the funny thing is, if you do disc 1 skip, then there is no slots, that doesn't matter anymore because you skip right over ever getting Kate Sith. Favorite materia combos? I've always been a big fan of added effect Hades on the weapon and then slash all, you know? Yeah, slots only saves 10 or 15 minutes. It just makes the run, like, extremely more boring. Wow, good thing I healed Tifa. Bro, they're kicking the shit out of her. Okay, so Cloud did not get his limit bar filled back up. Do 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 do. Does she have Deathblow yet? We pick up Deathblow in Gongaga. I'm the most normal speedrunner. I think Morningcraft is maybe more normal than I am. Morningcraft is a real normal dude. Well, you said going though, so I don't know if he's I suppose he goes sometimes. What is Morningcraft up to nowadays? He was in chat earlier. But I feel like I don't see him streaming very often. I still gotta play Parasite Eve. After Mrs. Dash bought it for me over a year ago? 5 missed manips? Oh, man. Yeah, Parasite Eve is on my soon-to-play, and then for Father's Day, get this, for Father's Day, Mrs. Dash got me Onimusha 1 and 2 for PS2. So I'm looking forward to trying out Onimusha at some point as well. Oh, but as far as off-stream gaming goes, my favorite non-Final Fantasy JRPG is probably, honestly, I'm going to give you the most basic bitch answer in the world, but I think it's Expedition 33. But if we don't count Expedition 33 because it's not literally Japanese, then the first things that come to mind would be Digital Devil Saga and I had another one on. Oh, Mario RPG is way up there. Let's see. Yeah, like Digital Devil Saga, Mario RPG. What would the other one be? I had another one just on the tip of my tongue here. I mean, Persona 3 is really great. I haven't played Dragon Quest XI yet. That's the thing, is Dragon Quest I've only gotten up to 6 on. And so I still have yet to play the Dragon Quests that people say are the best, which are 8 and 11. This is a turbo controller. In fact, it's a turbo controller that I made myself. If you guys haven't heard about this, this is the Dr. Masho. It is a PS1 analog controller that I took the analog sticks out of, and I replaced the analog stick daughter board with a PCB that I designed that adds a turbo circle button. Because I don't like third-party controllers. Like, I wanted to run turbo on this game, but I don't like the D-pads on third-party controllers. So I was like, fuck it, I'm making my own. And so like how it achieves turbo is it adds a circle button that goes through a transistor, and that transistor is connected to the output of a flip-flop, and that flip-flop is connected to the ATT line or the latch line of the shift register in the controller. So what that means is every time that the console pulls the controller for input, once it's done pulling the controller and it releases the latch line, that flips the flip-flop, which changes the functionality of the turbo button on whether it's on or off, right? So that means literally every time that the console asks what the inputs of the controller are, that's what triggers the button to change its state, which then achieves perfect on-off turbo. There is one little bit of complication, however. I lied to you a little bit on how it works. Which is that this game, FF7, which I'm most concerned about, runs at 30 frames per second, which means that we actually want it to flip. We actually want the flip-flop to flip every other time that it pulls instead of every time. And so instead of the transistor being connected directly to the output of the flip-flop, it's actually connected to the output of a second flip-flop, which is controlled by the output of the first flip-flop, which is controlled by the ATT line. So that way it halves the frequency of the flipping to achieve 30 FPS turbo. On the newer models, though, of this PCB, I integrated a toggle switch, so you can switch between 60 FPS or 30 FPS mashing. And then I also implemented another toggle where you can switch it between circle or X, depending on like what game you're playing. But this is the prototype model that just only does circle and only assumes 30 FPS mash. And so when I say 30 FPS mash, what that means is that it's actually pressing the button 15 times a second. Because the game needs to see the button up before it can see it down again. You know what I mean? Like, the console needs to see down, then it needs to see up, then it needs to see down. And so that's why it's 15 presses a second. Is there a line filter for the VCC? No. The VCC that's coming into the controller is also what's powering the flip-flop, and I didn't bother any with like anything special with that, because I don't really know what I'm doing if I was supposed to do something like that. There is something of a filter. I don't know what to call it exactly on the ATT line though, because after the console releases the ATT line, it does another spike downward, which needed to get filtered out. So there is a capacitor involved in order to fix that. And did I use KiCad? Yes. I used KiCad to design the PCB. I used oh, I wanna switch these two. KiCad for the PCB. And Fusion 360 for the caps, like the keycaps. Didn't realize I was any type of designer, only as a hobby. It's just something I did for fun. It's not like what I do for my job or anything. Like basically, so what got me started in this type of design is I wanted to make a keyboard controller for the NES. And so I did that, right? I've got This here is an NES controller, but it's a keyboard. I just had the idea that I wanted to play NES games with a keyboard, but not on an emulator. And then after that, I was like, I want turbo in FF7, so let me make my own. I have what's called ADHD, right? Or ADD. attention deficit disorder, which in adults often manifests in us getting really, really into one thing for a little bit of time. And then as soon as we've, like, achieved the goal, we're bored of it and we never really touch it again. So naturally, after I made the turbo controller, I haven't really touched KeyCAD or this type of design since, you know? The SNES keyboard is great to play competitive Mortal Kombat 3. So that's the thing, is with the keyboard controller, I've thought about making a Super Nintendo version. But then I just didn't, you know? Yo, Scrodius. Alright. Don't fuck me on this grenade. Thank you. All right, don't laugh at me, Rufus. No laugh. Thank you. Awesome. All right, this is good. There's quite a bit of RNG, Mercy, Filthy Casual. Like we do our best to do the best strats, but there are things you have to play around. For example, on this fight, if Rufus has less than 50% HP and you did less than 100 damage to him between his turns, he has a chance to spend his turn laughing at you, which sucks, because it's a waste of time, and he doesn't fill your limit bar. But I got lucky. Oh, also, the other big RNG thing right there is the dog. The dog has 140 HP, but the grenade has a chance to do 138 or 139 damage. So you can get screwed by grenading the dog, which is why I put cover materia on Cloud, is to hopefully get his limit break back before that fight, so that I can braver the dog instead. But I didn't get the braver on this run. So I had to use the braver on Rufus, but the problem with that is that it does less than 100 damage, so then he has a chance to laugh again. So the way to get around that would be, if you grenade him twice, he will then have less than 50% HP, so then you can braver into his barrier for less than 100 damage, and he won't have a chance to laugh. But the problem with that is then you won't have refilled your limit bar enough for the motorball fight, right? Because I bravered him right away, Cloud then got shot 3 times, which then refilled Cloud's limit bar enough to where hopefully the opening attack from Motorball will give Cloud his limit bar for the Motorball fight. And then that will be early enough to then rebuild Cloud's limit bar enough for the Bottomswell fight after this. Or not Bottomswell, Genova Birth. An RPG limit break and friends, welcome. How's it going, everybody? I am currently doing one of my practice runs to submit as an FF7 runner for the relay race. So it's good to see you. It's good to see y'all. Welcome on in, Matrick. How's it going, buddy? The relay race is mid-August, one point. Oh yeah, and next weekend, we are also going to be showcasing the 100% TAS, which I'll be doing commentary one of the days. Would you avoid a lot of fights on the only walking challenge? You would end up getting significantly more fights than you get in a speedrun, because The thing is, walking only moves you 1/4 as far in distance as running does. So the reason that we only do so many steps before we start to run is that running moves you farther, right? So, let's take an example. If you only... Can you imagine the first few screens of this game where you jump off the train, you go into the next room with the gate where you talk to Barrett, then you go into the next room where there's like that sign that's flashing and you gotta run around, and then the next room is the T, and the T goes into the reactor, right? If you only run, the first fight you get into is on the T. If you only walk, the first fight you get into is in the room before. It takes a significantly longer time to get into the fight because you're walking, but because walking moves you so slowly, you don't get as far in. So if you were to walk the entire game, you would get more fights than if you were to run the entire game. I think. Or you would definitely get more fights than if you do a step route. And then, yeah, how the relay race goes about is there's 3 teams. There's a runner for each team. Hang on, though. We got to talk about Motorball. Oh, Tifa got it. Ooh, and she got doubled. Okay, no crits, so that's good, but Tifa's health is going to be dangerously low here. 230 is also high on damage, so we need to watch out for Cloud here. 139 is very normal, though. So, all right, here's bolt number 2. .226 is also high. Bolt number 3. So on bolt number 4, I'm going to skip a grenade because Cloud is over-damaging with his bolts. Yep, okay. So queuing up bolt number 4 now. 1 grenade, and then skip Barrett's grenade. And bolt number 5. And then after he stands up, we go grenade, bolt, grenade. And then we queue up this this beat rush just in case this grenade doesn't kill. It always does, but just in case, that beat rush will finish him off. Okay. Pretty good Midgar for a rusty asshole like me. 38. We have to wait for 51. We're in the shit window right now, though. Like, if I was just a couple seconds faster, we could take the 34 manipulation, but it's not going to be fast enough, and so we're going to want to wait for 51. Yo, VDS. Oh, Tifa's health doesn't matter now. Well, because we're about to cure her. Alright, so now for a manipulation, I wait for 51, because the world map RNG is seeded based on your in-game time. And check it out. If you wait for 51, I hope I waited long enough there, because I went too early, so then I just stood there for a second. But what waiting for 51 does here is it makes it so that if you do this movement... Okay, yeah, it looks like it worked. We shouldn't get a fight until we're at about the bend up here. Who tested all these times? That's a great question. So how did each of these times get tested? Ace Zephyr wrote a Python script that simulates the world map. He recreated the world map logic in Python so that then we can write scripts that test the times for us. We were at about 32.7, which means... I think that means we're looking at about 32.30, right? So if we go at 38... Oh no, we can take 28 here. 32.28. Boom. 32.28. And a menu after one spin. Dee-dee-dee. Ba-dum-bum. Have I messed with Midgar Zero encounter? A little bit, and I couldn't get it. But I'll have to try it on real hardware at some point. I couldn't get it on emulator. Woo. Oh, yeah. The relay race is just that there's 3 teams. Each team has a different runner assigned for each game, and then they relay race through the series, you know? Where when one game ends, the next runner picks up the next game, and whichever team gets through all the games first wins. But to be eligible to be selected as one of the runners, you need to submit a couple practice runs, a couple recent practice runs, and so this is a recent practice run that we're making right now. Which games are going to be on it? Someone should link the schedule, and then you can see all the games and what times they'll be run. At least the estimate of when they'll be run. Is other hardware allowed for this run? So if you want to run on emulator, there is a different leaderboard for emulator. As far as like X Station goes, or like God, what are optical drive emulator ODE? As far as like ODEs go, those haven't really been talked about yet. Oh, I forgot to save. So we have a 5% chance to kill the run right now. Nice. It didn't happen. But for race strats though, you want to save right there. You want to save before calm skip if you're in a race. But yeah, stuff like Mister, we just haven't really talked about. By getting an encounter, yes. Because the trick that we're doing right there to be able to run through the mountain, if we get an encounter, it clears away the glitched state. And then when we come back into the game, or when we get back onto the world map, if we are, if we're inside the mountain, we're stuck forever. How does step count work when you load? So if you game over, hang on, I got a menu and then I'll talk about it. I bought one too few potions by accident. Okay. So when you save, your step count is saved to your file, but your formation ID is not. And when you game over and then load your file, that means that when you load your file, your step route, your step count is loaded back to where it was when you saved. Your danger resets to 0, which can mess with some stuff, but overall it's probably fine. And your formation ID is just completely unaffected. So what that means is, if your formation ID has advanced from where it was when you saved, then your formations are going to be messed up. And formations refers to what the enemies in the battle are. So you can still get the encounters when you want to get them, but they might not be the encounters that they might not be the enemies that you're looking for anymore. And yeah, this has been a pretty good run. And yeah, just running across the Swamp Martin is what we used to do before we learned that using a chocobo can get you through the mountain. Cloud getting bubbled is also optimal because he throws grenades the slowest. So yeah, that was a really good bottom swell. And he got his limit break from the kill shot, which will be useful on the Genova Birth fight. And yo, Rick B. Yeah, well, much like a professional wrestler, I'm only semi-retired from running this game. Are you able to fix this, or would the rest of the run be much different or harder? Oh, like if your formations are off? It depends. Formations being off doesn't matter as much. Hang on, counting. Formations being off doesn't matter as much once you have gotten all of your E-skills. But if it causes you to miss, like getting laser, getting death sentence, getting magic breath or something like that, then it can just kill steps, you know? Because like if you're in the room where you're supposed to learn magic breath and you don't get the fight because your formations are off, now you have to stop and farm fights until you can get the Stilva to get your magic breath, and farming a fight kills steps completely. So it can be very dangerous if that happens. Or, well, it can totally kill steps if that happens. What are my thoughts on FF7 Revelations? There's a chance that, like, hype and FOMO will get to me, and I will end up trying it out. But for the most part, I am just 100% done with anything to do with FF7 Remake. I just do not care about the Remake trilogy. It has zero appeal to me. And so I likely will just completely ignore it. I got so many other games to play. Like, you know what I would rather play is like, I mean, there's other stuff coming out that's way more exciting, right? I gotta play Stellar Blade before Stellar Blade 2 comes out, because that might be sweet. Persona 6, you know, they're working on Persona 6. That'll be better. And if it's not stuff that's coming out soon, well then I've just got 100 million games that I've never played that I still need to play. Like previously discussed today, Parasite Eve, Onimusha, but I've also got, like, I've never played Chrono Cross, I've never played Xenogears, you know, Persona 2 Eternal Punishment, right? There's like there's so many games that I have to get to that I'm much more interested in. Only played God of War 1 and 2 back in the day. Dude, God of War 3 is like actual peak. So I would highly recommend doing that. I recently replayed God of War 1. It was awesome. It totally held up. And God of War 2, I am actually in the middle of replaying right now. Why not showing the splits today? The reason is this isn't a PB attempt, so I didn't want to compare against my PB. This is race practice, which means that I'm going to be doing some safety strats that are going to lose time. So it's not really correct to compare against PB. Would I ever do a play all PS1 games or something of that nature? If I was a full-time streamer again, yes, I would love to do something like that. But realistically, no. That said, though, hey, you know, I'm just thinking out loud here. If all of a sudden, money just started pouring into the stream, the likes of which I've never seen, well, then I would have no choice but to go back to full-time streaming now, wouldn't I? But yeah, for now, I honestly don't know what to do with my stream. Besides doing stuff like run verifications, right, and that kind of thing, because that's something that I can just do as like a one-off stream day, right? I feel like I am unable to do playthroughs nowadays, unless it's a game that's very short. But, like, what do people like on this channel for the most part, though? Oh, JRPGs. Oh, people like games that are 50 to 100 hours long around here. So, you know, I don't know what to do. Martin, though, thanks for the 65 secs. But yeah, that said, also, I mean, I can promise you guys, well, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't use the word promise, that's a strong word, but I do feel that if I suddenly came into a fortune where I was able to pay my house off, then so that I was, you know, debt-free again, then I would probably try to stream full-time again, you know? Because then I would only have to be paying, like monthly bills, like property tax, insurance, utilities, and besides that, I would have no other payments to be making. And so that, you know, you might be able to figure a budget out for that. But I mean, that's crazy talk, right? That would mean, you know, getting several $100,000 out of nowhere. But hey, every year for Christmas, my in-laws do like to get a bunch of scratch-off tickets for everybody to do. So you never know. One of these years, we might get that fateful scratch-off ticket. Maybe that one scratch ticket gives us freedom. That's right. That's right. Get the one with the bald eagle on it. Your whole family used to get Grandpa those scratches for Christmas every year because he never wanted anything? Hey, that makes sense. That's the thing. Some people are just impossible to shop for, you know? And I feel like I am one of those people. Well, I am one of those people unless you listen to me, unless you pay attention to me talking about retro games that I wish I had, you know? Like, you can always be solid on a gift idea for me. If you've got your finger on the pulse of retro games that I don't own. Like, you know what game I don't have? You know what game I don't have? Doki Doki Panic for Famicom Disk System. I don't have that. That'd be cool to have. Right? And there you go, gift idea. Now you're covered. Whoever gets me gifts in real life and is watching this. How about a new chair? Never. Dude, okay, let me actually talk about chairs for a second. Not only is this chair just supremely comfortable, not only did I get it from my grandma, but also I have been noticing lately, right, that DBZ, the first person in chat today. Oh my god, we've got our first chatter, DBZima. How's it going? Anyway, what was I talking about? Chairs. Yes. Not only is this chair supremely comfortable, and I got it from my grandma, but I have been realizing lately that I am very sensitive to chairs in my right foot. You guys ever get plantar fasciitis? I've been getting plantar fasciitis in my right foot all the time, depending on what chair I sit in. My regular computer chair gives it to me really badly, but this chair doesn't. My work desk chair doesn't. I don't think that our couch does. But basically, I feel like any chair that I get, any chair that I get is like it's like a gamble on whether my foot is going to be killing me when I get up. Whoop. Ba-da-boom, ba-da-boom. Do. Does that mean you might be seeing me speedrun over the next few days to clean up fully? So 1 point, I need to do 2 practice runs before August. So that's all I'm promising is 2 full runs. This being one of them. Yo, Inconceivable, thank you for subscribing. Could it be like pinching a nerve in the hip? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what the deal is. I should probably ask my physical therapist about it. The PS1 version looks weird to you now after playing the PC version so much? Yeah, but it looks better. Did you notice on the 2026 version of this game, they made this game easier? They put a longer delay between him calling the input and you having to put it in. It's like immediately noticeable if you play the new one. So we only need 100 points here. And really, you only need to get up to 70 because the special is going to give you 30 points, basically, for free. And that gets you the Force Stealer. Yeah, so I think it looks better because I am a big fan of a uniform pixel grid. You know what I mean? Where the pixels of the background line up perfectly with the pixels of the models, you know? I don't like the way that the PC version has smoothed out models on top of a pixely background. But what I will tell you is I do think on the PC version that the battles look really good, the mini games look really good, the world map looks really good. Everything that's fully 3D looks awesome. It's really just the pre-rendered stuff that makes the PC version look bad. Oh, and the fact that snowboarding is 30 frames per second for some reason. And yeah, you can get like the mods, like the upscaled backgrounds look pretty nice. I don't like the new models though. Man, let me tell you, every single time, you know what hurts my soul like more than anything is when I hear somebody, let's say it's on Twitter, on Twitch, somewhere, somebody says, I'm gonna play Final Fantasy VII for the first time, and I'm like, oh, awesome. And then I check out their stream, and what is it? They're playing the PC version with the fucking with the new those like Final Fantasy IX style ugly ass models. They've got like the real-time shadows mod. They've got the cringe ass voice acting mod on. And it's like, oh my god, this just it kills me. But I'm very Nino style. I'm not sure. There's like one that tons of people use. But yeah, I'm a big believer in like when you play an old game, you play it the old way, you know? And now this is just me. This isn't everybody, right? I'm not saying everybody needs to play it the way that I do. I'm just saying that the best way to do it, right, is to put yourself into the mindset of when the game first came out, right? If you're gonna play this game for the first time, put yourself in the mindset, pretend that it's 1997, you know? Pretend that it's 1997. All right, here we go. I'm still a little bit new to that particular materia movement there, so I did it a little bit slowly. It's hard to play without the 3x speed. Yeah. I mean, I don't get it. What are you rushing for, you know? What's the hurry? Which is funny for a speedrunner to say, but we're talking about a first playthrough. Like, because, let me guess, not only are you 3xing the speed, but you've also got, like, a stream on the second monitor. You've got your fucking crypto stocks on the third monitor. You're scrolling Twitter on your phone. Boom! Upscaling the backgrounds? That implies that you're playing the PC version. You should be playing the PS1 version. Okay. 2 extra bravers already. So we bravered Guard Scorpion, Apps, Reno. Or not Reno. Guard Scorpion, Apps, Lobby, 5, 6. We're at 7 bravers right now, I think. Do. It's true, Grill. I do gotta try running the Japanese version of this game. Being able to read almost 0 Japanese, it would be fun to get the Japanese version of this game and see if I can do a run on it. Not the 1.0 version. I'm talking the international version. 1.0 is just a whole different beast beyond that. Yo, Blink. Man, this is like a really good time for a practice run. We're killing it. Like, if this was my run right now in the relay race, I would be over the moon with how well it's gone so far. What's 1.0? So when this game first came out in Japan, there were several differences. One of which is, I don't know what the exact difference is, whether it's your danger incrementation or how the thresholds are calculated, but you get into like about double the random battles. And then also there's some stuff like, there is no W item dupe glitch, but there is instead a W item delete your items glitch. There is no diamond weapon fight. The diamond weapon, emerald, and ruby weapon fights don't exist. There's some other differences as well that I don't remember. Oh yeah, and I'll maybe do that detonation, but like money isn't the issue as to why I don't own them. It's just that I haven't done it. So like it would take me the exact amount of effort to like DM somebody and give them my address to mail it to and stuff. That would probably be more work than just like buying a copy off eBay. Yeah, W item went from bugged to bugged. Yeah, like they tried to fix the W item delete glitch and they fixed it wrong and introduced the W item dupe glitch. The delete glitch still exists. You can still delete items with W item. You can just also dupe them now. But yeah, Detonation, I appreciate it big time. Oh. And yeah, this game has a lot of quirks and problems with its code, but you know, it was their first PS1 game, right? Their first game that loads off of a disc. Actually, that's probably not true. 202.44, maybe? I think that's about right. We can go at 43 or 45. 41, 43, 45. Give me 1 second. I've got numbers in my head. 41, 43, 45. Three. So that is a hold and 1. So that one menu was just to manipulate RNG here. And what that does is it makes it so I can get all the way to the bridge without getting a fight. Boom. And now for complicated reasons, the bridge breaks manipulation. So now we might get into a fight anytime. There it is. Oh yeah, like in a like any single character model in a new game is definitely more triangles than the entire world map of this game combined, you know? Nice. Give Cloud his limit back. 1, 2.5. So the way that menuing affects RNG is that so while you're moving on the world map, if you're holding left, right, L1, or R1, RNG advances every single frame. And then every frame of movement, regardless of whether you're holding those buttons, but every frame of movement, your fractions increase. And your fractions roll over at 17, and that's the point at which they check your danger versus RNG to figure out whether you should get into a fight. So that means that if you're moving and you have left, right, L1 or R1 held down, that it's every 17 positions on the RNG table that gets checked for a battle, right? Well, here's the thing, is if you menu while you're moving and holding R1, L1, left or right, it will still increment your Sparrow, it will still increment your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and a half. Your RNG index, but it won't increment your fractions. Which means that if you do one menu, that means that it takes 18 frames for it to check or it's 18 positions of RNG before it checks your danger. And so that's it. Yeah, it just nudges which RNG index it's checking your danger against. Which when we get to the world map section of Zeal's world record explanation, I'll visualize it. Oh yeah, so that's one thing as far as racing goes, is I am probably going to force the right arm steal. And yeah, I will for sure get Persona 6. I love the Persona games. I'm not so much a fan of like all the re-releases and remakes that they make. Like I'm not gonna get Persona 4 Revival, But I am excited about Persona 6. See if we get a soft here. Too bad. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Would I consider playing the Pixel remasters? I mean, yeah, like, I don't have anything super against them, but I don't have any reason to play them. Like, right now, I just replayed Final Fantasy 1 and 2 on the 8-bit versions, right? NES Final Fantasy and Famicom Final Fantasy 2. And then I'm in the middle of replaying Final Fantasy 3 on Famicom right now. I'm just so much more interested in the 8-bit version, you know? I feel like the Pixel remasters, they kind of homogenize all of them and make them all look and feel the same. I'm just gonna I'm forcing the right arm steal for the race. I just played it on NES. Yeah, just a couple months ago. I replayed it. It's pretty short. It's like Final Fantasy 1 on NES. You can jam through really quickly. Well, this isn't good. Ah, there it is. So yeah, I think that it's good. It's good race safety to force the right arm steal, because now we cannot die to Dine. I think the right arm saves like 30 to 40 seconds. I'm not exactly sure though. I should actually time it out. So like you get quite a few steal attempts before it starts losing you time. All right, I'm gonna take my first restroom break here. Little Dash is on her playmat, looking at all the stuff above her. No Name, thank you for the super chat. And yeah, I love running Turbo. Just in general. How have the kiddies taken to Baby Dash? Honestly, they've barely noticed her. They've barely noticed each other. Am I mashing for the relay? I asked. I'll be doing turbo, I think. You know, I asked the other submitters, and turbo being allowed has been agreed upon. And then, thank you for resubscribing. And yeah, it's good to have turbo because my main concern is bathroom breaks, you know? Like, I don't want to have to take an extra bathroom break while my relay team is waiting for me, you know? So the extra bathroom breaks you get from turbo are the best. Thoughts on FF9? I think Final Fantasy IX is a excellent game. I really enjoyed my one playthrough of it, but I don't know if I'll ever play through it again because I just remember it being extremely slow. Like, the battles take so long, and I just really didn't like how the ATB system felt in that game. Like, having 4 characters with ATB, and with how long every animation is, and it feeling like there's a 1-second delay between every different turn and stuff. You know, I really liked my one playthrough, but man, I just think about those slow ass battles, and it makes me think, yeah, I had my fun with that game. That's why you set it at 3 times speed. I mean, I can just be happier playing a different game, you know? That's the thing. I'll replay FF8 instead. Balzerker, thank you for subscribing as well. Thank you. I'm being told that there's a hype train happening on Twitch. How about that? Very similar thing about that, though, also, Legend of Dragoon. Legend of Dragoon is another game that I loved my first playthrough of. I liked it more than Final Fantasy IX. Loved Legend of Dragoon. Again, though, I don't think I would play it again. Because the battles were... The spell animations are just so long. But yeah, loved my first playthrough of it. It was really cool. Yo, D-Ranker. Insurgent, from what I understand, Barrett has the fastest date scene because they don't do the play. However, there isn't a way to get the Barrett date that is faster than the amount of time that it saves. Is FF7 my favorite game of all time? Yeah. My other favorites would be Mario 64, Hollow Knight, Bloodborne, fucking Wings of V. Maybe that's my top 5. StarCraft. Valheim. Rock Band 3. Binding of Isaac. There you go. That's something of like a top 10-ish. What was that, like top 8? Returnal is 10 out of 10. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would say it's a top 10 favorite, but it's really great. What's this practice for? There is a great grand Final Fantasy relay race that's going to be happening in August. So there's 3 teams. Each team has a different runner per game, and they relay race through all the Final Fantasies. Mario RPG, that's up there. I mean, yeah, that's a great game. One of my favorite JRPGs, as discussed earlier in the stream. Zelda 2? Zelda 2 is probably maybe next-ish. We'll be able to tune into my channel for the race. I'm actually not sure if you have to watch on the, like, I mean, here's the real answer is you're going to want to be watching the relay race, because you'll see my gameplay up against the other racers, and there's commentary, right? The whole thing is commentated. So, and like the chat is there, right? So that'll be the way to watch. I think that my stream for that game will be just the gameplay. And I don't even know if I'm going to stream it to my Twitch channel. I don't think I'm or YouTube. I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm going to be streaming to their, like, RTMP server. And it's going to be no camera, no mic, just gameplay. Because that way they can use the audio, you know? That way when they are doing their stream, right, and they want to use the game audio from my stream, it's game audio and not, you know, me yapping over it. And yeah, Zelda 2, dude, it's like the best one. I have a lot of hot takes about Zelda. Zelda is the franchise where I am like the biggest hipster contrarian douchebag on the planet. Zelda 2, first of all, Zelda 2 is the best Zelda. Second of all, Ocarina of Time, is not that good. It's you know, I understand that Ocarina of Time was like extremely important when it came out, but it does not look or play very well today. Okay, hang on a second. I have to menu here. Here's the thing about my Zelda opinions, though, in general, is just the fact that what I've realized, what I've come to accept about myself in life is that I actually just don't like Zelda very much. Like, I do not like Zelda as much as most other people do, it seems. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's no surprise that Zelda 2, which is very different from Zelda games, right? Zelda 2 is way different. It doesn't play like Zelda. Instead, it plays awesome. It plays like a really good game. And so, no surprise, I think that one's just better than the other ones, because it's just a different style of game, and it's awesome. Really? I didn't get that, oh, yeah, that makes sense, actually. Do. I haven't played the CDI Zeldas. And yeah, Tunic was awesome. Tunic is much more my style. Wait, to kill the guy who chases you around Coral Prison? Not that I know of. All right, all right. Oh, but DBZ, you were saying that you thought Link's Awakening was my favorite Zelda. Link's Awakening is my favorite, like, traditional style Zelda, right? Like, if we split Zelda into 3 categories, you've got top-down, you've got 3D, and you've got Zelda 2. Link's Awakening is my favorite traditional top-down one. Wind Waker is my favorite 3D one. I like Wind Waker a decent amount, but even then, I wouldn't want to play through it again. And here's why. Here's why. I'm going to say it. 3D Zelda dungeons? Boring. Every time that I think about playing a 3D Zelda game, I think about, go through the roop, walk through, cha-chung. Guy comes out, I fight him, and then I run and jump onto a button. The button cha-chunk. And then the portcullis goes back down. Boring. I'm bored, dude. Whenever I think about playing Wind Waker, I think about going through that fuck-ass forest dungeon with, like, where, like, you have to control the little guy who flies with his leaf propellers. And I'm bored just thinking about it. I didn't say shit about puzzles, Sunlight. I said... the whole process of, like, go into a room, get locked in the room, do the mind-numbingly obvious things that you can't even describe as a puzzle because it's just push the block or put the barrel on the button kind of shit, right? You know, when the games do have something of a like, here's another. I told you guys that I am the biggest hipster contrarian douchebag when it comes to 3D Zelda. Here's the next hot take: Water Temple in Ocarina of Time is the best dungeon in that game because it's the only dungeon that actually does feel like a genuine puzzle. Like, you actually have to kind of think about what you're doing a little bit, instead of it just being the most mind-numbing, go through the motions, do your fucking chores bullshit. Every other, so much of Zelda dungeons are just like, the thing that you have to do is so basic and obvious that it feels like you're doing your goddamn chores. Which is also what I really liked about Breath of the Wild, is the fact that, like, Breath of the Wild was designed around the idea that there were multiple ways to solve each puzzle, you know, which was kind of cool. I liked that. To be fair, they're kind of made for children. I mean, that's kind of the thing about, like, Nintendo in general, is that, like, everybody can enjoy Mario Odyssey, you know? It doesn't matter how old you are, Mario Odyssey is fun for everybody. Why? Because jumping the Mario around is really fun, you know? Like, even when, like, the moon is really obvious how to get it, you just have to go to the spot and collect it, you still get to, like, fucking triple jump, throw your hat, dive on it, side jump into a wall jump, you know? And, like, just doing all that shit, just, like, expressing yourself through the gameplay is fun, you know? But guess what about Zelda? In Zelda, you don't even decide when you jump. He does it automatically. Breath of the Wild, though, that's another game that, like, I did really enjoy my one playthrough of Breath of the Wild, but I kind of never want to play it again, you know? Cause like it's I had my fun, but that's one of those games where like all the appeal of that game is in its in the discovery of everything. And then a second playthrough of it just doesn't really work. Bum ba da ba da bum bum. Bum bum bum. But yeah, as far as like the traditional top-down Zelda games go, I like Link's Awakening. I remember Link Between Worlds being really good, but I haven't played it since it came out. I remember Oracle of Seasons being pretty cool, but then I didn't finish Oracle of Ages. Oh yeah, I tried to replay Breath of the Wild in Master Mode, but I didn't like how the game was balanced in Master Mode, so I didn't play very much of it. Maybe there's a hump that you can get over and then it's more fun, but it didn't really do it for me. Do I like A Link to the Past? I don't know if I've ever beaten it. Like, I just get so bored of it, you know? I don't really like Link to the Past that much. Something about the game is supremely boring, I think. I feel like it's after you get the 3 pendants. Like, I enjoy the game through getting, like, the 3 pendants, and then after that, I'm like, I'm done. Okay, hang on a second. 28... Okay, we can take, like, 45 or 48. Yeah, 45. Nope, 48. And that's 3 menus, okay? One, 2, 3. Dee 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 dee. Hey, very nice. There's Big Guard. So now we are not allowed to do any diagonal movement because it will throw off our world map positioning that the beach bumped us into. We scrape against the beach from the spawn point until we are on a specific spot, which puts us into an advantageous alignment on the world map. And that alignment is for Cosmo Canyon skip. And then, race strats, we save. Oh, my memory card! I didn't have my memory card plugged in. Alright, the alignment is to get into that position. Alright. And yeah, so that's the thing, Rust to Rust, is that Disc 1 skip does skip Cosmo Canyon skip, but so many folks, like, the Disc 1 skip any percent run is just not super, super popular, and so, you know, we just run this category that doesn't do it anyway. Have I played Lost Odyssey? No! That's like the one game of the entire Xbox library that I feel like I'm missing out on. That game looks pretty cool. The next run kill save, Red Dragon. Okay, now we need, oh, you're not supposed to change rows here. Because these guys do, like, hella damage. Uh-oh, someone's gonna die. Okay, never mind, we're good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Favorite area in this game? I don't think I really have one. Include the time it takes to create the save points? It does. Unless I'm misunderstanding you. Oh. Can you still get new memory cards? I don't know. I think you would just go on eBay. Okay, big menu. Limits. Are we fine? I think we do one more on you. Oh, and then I'm sorry, I'm dumb. Okay. Is there anything to look for? Yes. There is something that we call sonic discs that have slightly faster load times than other, like certain printings of the game, of this game, have slightly faster load times than other printings. And we have a hardware guide that tells you which print numbers to look for. We want 27. Okay, hit him twice. $34, $55. $34.55 is a delay and 0. And then we have to stop because it's a delay and 0. Oops! Like riding a bike, baby. Yo, something, kid. Okay, can you run with any party members? It's really, really, really important that we use Tifa. Because her weapon, the Power Soul, is where all of our DPS is going to start coming from. Once we get it online. Do 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 do. Oh yeah. So for new PS1 memory cards, sorry. For like a Sony one, of course you'd go used on eBay. But Yeah, they do make they make some crazy fancy PS1 memory cards now. I believe there are memory cards that can connect to your Wi-Fi, so you can manage your save files on your computer wirelessly, right? I believe this is a thing that you can get for your PlayStation. You know, I never played Blue Dragon either. No, I'm still catching up on Dragon Quest. $41.07, so I can buy 2 softs and 2 Molotovs. La, da, 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 da. Remember getting a memory card that was 99 in 1? I had one that was 27 in 1. Or maybe it was 32? I just remember it having an A, B, and C bank, and then each bank, I remember having 1 through 7. But maybe it had 0 through 7. Zero Scar and friends, welcome, welcome. How's it going, everybody? We are doing a practice run, or a relay race practice. So that means that it's not exactly a PB attempt. We are rather going for safety strats on certain things. We're using safety saves and stuff so that we will guaranteed finish the run as if it's a race. However, the run is going really well. Like, that Materia Keeper was... I didn't say anything about that Materia Keeper. That Materia Keeper was insane. It was really good. Skies of Arcadia. I think my cousin might be into that game. Oh, Ven, you asked when my last hundo was. I recently did... Was it the PlayStation one? Was it the Subathon one? I don't remember. Somewhat recently, I did a hundo on... I did 3 new hundos, a few months ago. One of them was a new PB on the PC version. Another was a establishment on the new PC version, as in the 2026 edition. And then another was PS1 non-turbo. All 3 of those I got well, I got the new record for PC. The new PC version was just an establishment. There are no runs to compete against on it. And then what you call it? Sorry, what am I saying? I'm lost. I lost it. Oh, the PlayStation run was a new record, but then Zeal just beat it. Zeal just beat it the other day. Oh, the TAS is insanely away from Human Emperor Robotnik, and the reason is that all of this game's RNG is deterministic to where it's completely controllable by a TAS, but it's unfeasible for a human. Like, there's lots of RNG that we do manipulate, but we can't manipulate battle RNG, while the TAS can. So, the TAS is able to do the wildest battle strats you'll ever see in this game. Did I switch to X for run on the new edition? Yeah, I made it control as much like the PC, or like the regular version as I could. Are you allowed to use the auto square? You mean the auto circle? There's a different category for it. So for the race, I asked the other racers, are we allowing turbo? which is what this is, and they said, yes, let's allow turbo for the race. So for the race, yes. As far as like tracked speedruns go, as far as the leaderboard on speedrun.com goes, runs that use turbo are on their own separated leaderboard. Because people who mash want it to be that way. And that's just how it is. And Basil, glad to meet you. Welcome, welcome. And Tigger, welcome, welcome. Do I have a suggestion for a CRT for retro gaming? You'd like something not incredibly big so you can fit it on your desk? Yes. My general recommendations are to get a whatchamacallit, a Trinitron, right? Sony Trinitrons, they use a different style aperture grill that is a little bit sharper, and it makes retro games look better. My other guidelines are to make sure that you don't get one that's only composite video. You definitely want at least S video, but you should get one that also has YPBPR component video, because that just looks so much better than composite does. And then the other big guideline is to stay in standard definition. Like, if we're talking retro games, then you want a TV whose native resolution is 240p or 480i. Don't get a 480p or 720p. If you are going to play games that run at 480p, it would be cool to have a 480p TV. The problem with it is that when you play regular resolution games, they need to get upscaled, and that introduces lag. Hopefully I got that potion in fast enough. Yes? Okay. But yeah, feel like if you find one that like you're thinking about, I mean, feel free to like DM me the model. If you want like more specific feedback. Oh yeah, and we got the trifecta on this run. We got first try bio, Bottomswell, Materia Keeper, and Palmer. That's really good RNG. That's the trifecta. That's what PBs are made of, dude. Will I be on Brutal's team? I don't know what team I'll be on. All we do is we submit. We submit generally to the relay, and then they put us on a team, you know? Let's see, 2:45:15. Yeah, let's see. What was my PB time here? $2:44:30. So we are 45 seconds behind my actual PB. Which makes sense because I lost 30 seconds to squats, and then I've done a safety save as well. Still, but yeah, in the context that this is a safe run with safety saves, this is insane, like insane pace. Okay, 2:46:12. So I think I would like to take 29. No, it has to be 33. No, it has to be, 46. Okay, 46, 1, 22. This is hard. 46. This is a very hard manip. 46, 1, 22, 35 and a half. So here's 1, 36, 1. Okay, so now 22, 35 and a half. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh! I didn't get it. Have I considered redoing the speedrun guide? I would like to if I had more time, but I just don't realistically have time. Honestly, the main reason that I would like to redo the speedrun guide is just because I would like to just talk faster. I just want to talk faster, you know? And get through it more quickly. Okay, 2 softs, 2 Molotovs. Yeah, everything with if Baby Dash, everything with Baby Dash is doing well. Bautino, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by manipulate big shoes. Oh, yes, no, I do know what you mean. You probably mean like the Earth Mallet drop. Absolutely, yes. And FF7 tutorial speedruns when? Well, yeah, you know that the whole thing is on there. Oh, you mean speedrunning the tutorial itself? Yeah. So, okay, the most realistic thing for me to get to, if I was to redo the, like, in the subject of redoing the tutorial, a realistic thing that you might see is me just redoing the elevator part. Because I made the tutorial back when elevator manip was first getting developed. And so it ended up being like, it ended up being not that part of it is, I think, too long and too confusing. And there's like some well actuallys in there. So I think it would be good to redo just the elevator section. It would be funny too. So then for somebody watching through the tutorial, it would be like they get to the elevator section and all of a sudden I'm a few years older and I have a baby. And then they go back to old me. Or young me, as it were. My first ever playthrough of this game. So my brother got this game in like 1998 for Christmas. And I did not have a memory card at that time. So I remember playing through the opening and doing the second reactor bombing and like going into the church and meeting Eris and stuff. I remember doing that like every day. Until I got a memory card. And then And then I'm pretty sure I played the game quite a bit, but when I got to Gold Saucer, I never left. Like, as a kid, I got to Gold Saucer, and I just stayed there forever, until eventually I just restarted the game. And then I think I might have done the same thing again. And then I don't think it was until I was maybe like 12, like 10, maybe 10, 11, 12. I feel like I was like around that age where I actually played through the whole game. I might have even been older. You know what? I think I was actually like 14 or 15 maybe when I actually completed the game for the first time. But I'm not positive about the details there. Are all items after a battle RNG? Yes. So the way that TAS manipulates it is, so here's how it works. When a battle begins in this game, there is a battle RNG table, which is every number from 0 to 255 scrambled up into a random order. But it's hard-coded into the ROM. It is a hard-coded table. This is all the numbers in this order. What happens when you get into a random battle is the game uses the current global frame counter, which is at 60 FPS. At 60 FPS, the PlayStation just counts a number up, and when a battle initializes, it uses that string, that number of the global frame counter, and first, it takes the least significant 8 bits of it, which gives you an 8-bit number, 0 to 255, and it uses that to put a bookmark on that position of the 256 position long RNG table. Hang on. Then it shifts left, or it shifts more significant by 1 bit, and uses those 8 bits for a number from 0 to 255, and puts a bookmark onto that position of the RNG table. And it does that 8 times, right? To get 8 different, like, oops, I forgot to do the fasting. To do, like, in order to randomly scatter 8 bookmarks onto the RNG table. Then, as the actual battle progresses, at 15 frames per second, the game grabs random it uses those indices on the table to grab one random number at least every frame at 15 FPS throughout the battle. And there's a couple other extra complicated pieces happening. Some of it has to do with effects that go on in the battle. Another part of it has to do with whether the different RNG calls in the battle are looking for a 1 or a 2 byte number, and all these different things, right? So different decisions that you make in the battle affect the RNG table in a different way, the way that it progresses throughout the fight. But that's it, basically. It seeds based on the 60 FPS global frame counter when the battle initializes. Then it moves depending on what you do in the battle, and then at the end of the battle, at some point, is where it rolls for your rewards. And so that is how a TAS is able to manipulate it, because a TAS, by its very nature, controls everything down to the exact frame that it activates on, right? While a human can't do that. A human cannot intentionally start a battle on a specific frame. Well, at least not feasibly in a way that helps the any percent run. Like, you could technically, and we have actually tested this, Ace Zephyr knows a lot about this, you can have a setup that's like, if I turn on my PlayStation and I load this save file, and then I manipulate to get this certain fight, after within this like half-second window, I can get this fight. And then if I buffer these inputs, or something similar to buffering, I can get a certain drop, or a certain steal or something. But that that setup doesn't have a place in the any percent run. It might have a place in the 100% run. So stay tuned on 100% runs as to whether or not a strat like that is going to be implemented. But yeah, in general, it's something that you're not going to see on a human any percent run. But a TAS is doing it all the time for everything. A TAS is manipulating this to get good ATB on every fight, to get instant escapes out of every fight that they don't want to do, to get critical hits whenever they want, to get steals whenever they want. It's awesome. And that said, 4th of July weekend, we are actually going to be showcasing the 100% speedrun TAS with commentary. So me, Blink, and Ace Zephyr are going to be commentating the 100% TAS in its entirety. Oh yeah, I've seen something about that in Final Fantasy 12. It's like FF12 has like an RNG system where I've seen runners do it where like they cast Cure a few times, or they do something a few times and like look at the damage numbers or the heal numbers and punch it into a tool, and the tool like divines where they are in the RNG table, which is very similar to what we do with the waterfall, kind of. Where and what date? Help me out here. I think it's RPG Limit Break on 4th of July weekend. And Pinkman, how's it going? How fast? I think it's like 12 hours, but that is with PS1 load times, not with PS2 fast disk speed. 59:14. We can take 9 or 17. Nine or 17. Okay, it's gonna be 17 and double 15. 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And double it. Nice, nice, that's good. 0 encounter to going Gaga. I'm going Gaga over that 0 encounter. Oh, and the instant spiderweb? Sheesh. This game is welcoming me back with open arms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half. With arms wide open. A ruined reactor. All right, who was asking about Deathblow earlier? It's right here, baby. Last run reading all the conversations, it was when I made that video that counted how many frames you save by shortening all the character names. Because in order to make that video, you know, I had to create a notepad document that was every text box in the game that we see in a speedrun. So I had to read all the text boxes for that. And yo, Techniclan. My current casual game, I am playing through Silent Hill F and Mina the Hollower, primarily. And then Mrs. Dash and I have we have reached Yakuza 0 in our Yakuza playthrough. And man, 0 is good. How is Mina? I wasn't so sure about it at first, but I got over the hump and I really like it. At first, it was kind of annoying. But, you know. Like, just some of the enemy behaviors, some things about the controls, some design decisions, some things I thought were kind of annoying. But now that I'm, like, over the hump and like, a little ways into it, really enjoying it. And I'm really enjoying Silent Hill F also, yeah. Like, Silent Hill F is definitely a lot different from the other Silent Hill that I've played. But, I mean, I think it's awesome. I really like the combat. I really like the general, like, exploration and story and atmosphere of it and stuff. I'm not a huge fan of the puzzles, which is a big disappointment because I loved the puzzles in Silent Hill 2. Which is the only other one I've played. But overall, I'm having a wonderful time with it. Cloud named ex-soldier without a name change? Yeah. So do you know about guard skip? Where, like, you can squeeze between the guards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I ask because there is a very similar skip you can do to get past the cutscene where you name Cloud. And then Cloud will be named ex-soldier for the whole rest of the game. The reason we don't do it in a speedrun is because you end up losing all the time back because Cloud's name is ex-soldier, and it takes so long. You also skip naming Barrett if you do that. So Cloud being named ex-soldier and Barrett being named Barrett loses so much time waiting for text boxes to type out that it's not quite worth it. And that cutscene is also where the game determines what level Barrett should be and brings him up from level 1 to that level. So if you do that skip, you also get a level 1 Barrett in your party, which ends up losing you time as well. In fact, it might even make the Dyne fight, like, particularly dangerous. Are there names the game doesn't allow? Like, the game tells you no when you type it in? No, there's nothing like that. That's only a very recent, that's too naughty. That's a very recent thing, I feel like, in games. And by very recent, I mean, you know, a while now, but... We used to be able to name our characters fuck ass if we wanted. Yeah, naming skip is good in the PC any % run, where you wrong warp to the end. Or like any run that's able to use the debug room, naming skip is good for. Would level 1 be impossible? I don't think impossible. But I'm not sure. Oh, like a story thing like naming Cloud Sephiroth. I gotcha. I can tell you specifically the game allows that because Monetary Dragon did a 100% run one time where he named every character Sephiroth. It was very silly and very confusing. Have I ever 100% in this game or ran 100%? Yes. In fact, until just the other day, right? Just the other day, Zeal beat it, smashed it with a new route, but I had the world record for 100%. Yeah, just until recently. But now there's a new route for 100% that's really crazy, and Zeal beat my time by like 30 minutes with it. All right, here we go. Oops, I meant to do that. He hasn't submitted that run yet, but he did finally submit his any percent run, his no slots run. I should have actually saved at the next guy, not at that guy, but oh well. The other day I was verifying his no slots run, not his 100% run. And that's the one that he submitted now. Which I got to get back to that. I thought about getting back to that today, but I got to do these practice runs. The hardest boss in the run, I would say, is Schizo. But Demon's Gate is way up there. Demon's Gate is probably the next hardest. Sephiroth and Vincent share the same character data? Yes. Young Cloud and Kate Sith also share the same character card. If you move Cloud up with Yoshiyuki, oh yeah. If you're doing no long range, I could see Demon's Gate being harder than Schizo. First speedrun of this game, was it difficult? Oh yeah, it was like 12 or 13 hours, I think. Because I mean, the way that I am, like I don't do a lot of practice before jumping into something, right? Like I did one playthrough of this game using the speedrun strats, and then I just did a run. You know, I started doing runs the next day. So, they were a disaster at first. Would a decompilation of the PS1 game help further understand the game? I would say so, yeah. I mean, it very well could reveal some new things. Is carry armor the hardest? Carry armor, the thing about carry armor, yeah, I don't think he's as hard as Demon's Gate or Schizo. He's as dangerous, because he can just kill the run. But as far as the actual difficulty goes, I think he's less hard than those two. Maybe around Genova Death, even. Would I be able to complete a good run without the sheet? Well, so that's what I did. Yeah. If I ran with absolutely zero notes, it would just mean unmanipulated elevator, which loses like a minute, and then I would just not do any world map manipulations, which would lose probably another minute or two, probably another like 2 minutes maybe, and that would be really the only difference. And then I could have zero notes. which is something I came up with the idea of the black box run, which is where you don't have any notes, you don't have Twitch chat either. It's just it's just you, console, television. Those are the rules. You can't see your splits, you can't see chat, you got no notes. Maybe for my what would you guys think? Because here's the thing, is it would be a run where I am not interacting with chat whatsoever. I'm not interacting with chat whatsoever because I can't see it. But for the second practice run for this, maybe I should do the black box run. One, 2, 3. Hoo, that's good. This run has been kind of insane with RNG. All right. And what time do I typically run? I have no schedule whatsoever because not only am I a dad right now, but I'm also going to be going back to work in a couple weeks. And so, yeah, I have zero promises or anything to make as far as like timing goes. And skunks. Hello, hello. Do 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 do. Okay, so high potion, turbo ether, phoenix down, trank. Do do womp womp wee womp. When will Junior be introduced to FF7? I mean, depending on when you think it's possible, considering her brain development, it's already happened. She was sitting on my lap while I was practicing the other day. All right. Here's the safety save for race strats.
What the hell is going on here? What are these holes in the wall for?
All right. Time for the old Demon's Gate fight. Okay. We'll take that. Bing, 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 bing. Ah. Not being able to do the Kuma here is kind of rough. Yo, Kiefler. Don't crit me, bro. No crits, please. Oh, the crit! Oh, I think we're dead. We dice him. We pray. We dice and pray. 500! Well, it got him. It got him. Okay, so Cloud being dead there, how much does that matter? How much does dead Cloud matter?
You're goddamn right.
I don't think it matters. All right. Bathroom time real quick. So, funny thing about that crit there is that, so it crit Cloud, but apparently he had less than 500 HP. So that means the fact that it crit Cloud turned out to be fine because Dice killed him. If he had crit Kate instead, then Cloud would have auto-attacked him and killed him. So, as long as he didn't crit both characters there, we were fine. I'm not sure what the minimum I needed was, though. We'd have to roll. Like, I'm not a damage counter. I just play that fight by feel. So we'd have to run back the tape and count the damage to know how much HP he actually had right there. But yeah, I usually like to dice earlier in the fight so that he doesn't get that. Hopefully he doesn't get that. Oh, there is something bad about Cloud dying there. What's bad about Cloud dying there is that his limit bar is now empty. Corsairs, thank you for subscribing. We need Cloud to have a cross-slash ready for Genova Birth. So now we're gonna lose time waiting for him to have to build his limit bar on the death sentence fight. So, by the way, don't let me forget to do that. Mooncake was on top of it? Yeah. The game calculates if an AOD attack will crit for each party member. Yes, it does. Is Nibelheim a thing? We skipped the flashback. The whole flashback is skipped by calm skip. So we just run through Nibelheim very quickly when we get there for real. No correlation between them and everything. Yeah. Did you? There's this channel I keep seeing. I keep watching the videos about Slay the Spire 2, talking about things, and they were talking about CRNG or correlated RNG, where like an RNG system is flawed in a way where like seemingly unconnected things are connected. They've patched it out though. So the latest Slay the Spire 2 patch, they have patched out, they redid the RNG system, and it no longer has noticeable correlated RNG. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I've been playing casually. So Silent Hill F, Mean of the Hollower, Slay the Spire 2, and Yakuza 0. And then I'm also kind of in the middle of a replay of Final Fantasy 3, but I haven't been playing it a lot. I just did the part where Goldor, or whatever his name is, destroys the gold crystal. Spoilers! All right. Grab that X potion. And here we go.
Yes.
So now is where the menus start to get significantly harder. And I gotta remember about the limit break thing. How many runs have I done of this game? Like, total? I got no clue. I mean, I streamed full-time for 2 years, where the main thing I did was FF7 runs. So, a lot. Alright, here we go. This menu is very important. 12, 28, 44, 56. Nope. All, and then, is that it? I think that's everything. So 56? Favorite character? Yuffie. Okay, remember to re-Fury Cloud. Lid skip? Oh, lid skip! I'm gonna front row him also. I'm not sure if the front row makes any difference. Real talk, I forgot about this screen. I forgot this screen was coming. Oh, and here's where we don't run. We wait. We have to wait for Cloud to get his limit break here. Nice. Nice. Okay, that was pretty lucky. You know, I wonder if you need to wait. We're getting death sentence right now. If you need to wait for Cloud to get his limit break, I wonder if there's a faster way to get death sentence. You could probably soften the bound fat up. Oh no, because you need to kill everything in one hit. You need to kill the other guys too. Never mind. They only do death sentence if you kill them with a summon or magic, but not E-skill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 and a half. And then now we need to re-back row him. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Well, taking an extra step would be fine. I'm pretty far ahead right now. Whoops. Boom. Boom. No, no, no. What did you have on? Dragon Armlet? Fuck. Yes, Dragon Armlet. You get Water Ring, you get Gygus Armlet Power Wrist, and then we do this. Oh, geez. Okay, now I gotta think about that if what I did there. Did I do that right? So everybody got Tranks. We are on ATB wait. Everybody got Tranks. I moved the materia. Watering, Geiger Armlet, Power Wrist. I think that's everything we do there. But yeah, I've got I've got a folder of save states specifically for menus. The problem is if you ever want to change something about one of your menus, then it has a cascading effect on all the following ones sometimes. Is there a difference between PS1 disc on a PS1 and a ROM on PC? Not really. Just like the real difference on emulator is stuff like input lag and stuff like that, you know. Like I like to run on console because it's so much more like versus emulator, console is just so much more responsive, you know. Spoilers, spoilers. Oh my god, what's this?
Murder time!
Some kind of murder time? Okay, we should be talking about the fight. Big guard, death sentence, Molotov, into cross slash, into Molotov, advanced weight trick, a death blow, death blow, death blow. Well, advanced weight trick, a death blow, then regular weight trick, two more death blows. Unless she aqua lungs. If she aqua lungs, we just have to do muscle memory. Because I can't explain the aqua lung backup. You just do it. All right, here we go. $350? Let's grenade. Boom. All right, no need to explain aqua lung backup. Aqua lung backup is like you still big guard, then you Phoenix down Sid and wait for his ATB to freeze before you go back into your item menu. Then if he didn't die, you Phoenix down Tifa. If he didn't die, you Phoenix down Tifa, big guard with Sid, into cross slash, regular attack with Tifa, death sentence, and death blow, something like that. I don't know. I feel like I got something wrong there in what I just said. Because you have to Phoenix down Tifa, and then you got a big guard. The thing about it is that the ATB bars themselves on the backup are super important. And so it's difficult to, like, think about it in list terms. All right, disc 2. Oh yeah, Molly Hatchet. According to Monetary Dragon, Cloud has the really long legs materia equipped. All right. It's very hard to get up that spiral on steps also. Yo, Psycho. Mr. Awesome, how's it going? Welcome. All right. So I think my steps are good enough to grab the power source. I just have to remember to use it. Baby it. All right. I'll do 11. Do we do 11 or 10 and a half? Uh-oh. I don't have my manip sheet up. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm gonna do like barely 11. That should be good. 40, 52. We can. Oh, we could have done 40, 52. So now we gotta wait for 41, 13. Okay. Holding 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, And then this becomes Comet. We do Tent and Power Source Tifa. And just to make sure, Fire Ring? Yes, that's correct. Fire Ring on Cloud, Bolt Armlet on Tifa is what lets both of them survive Magic Breath. And Argonus! Welcome, welcome. Thank you, thank you. Ayya. The baby and the mom are both doing great. Doing me a great favor, letting me do a 7-hour speedrun, I tell you what. What element is Magic Breath? It is fire, ice, and lightning. And yo, CM? One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. There's like a priority system where if you absorb any of the elements, then you just absorb it. I'm not sure if you both absorb something and nullify it. I'm not sure if it does 0 or if it heals you. I think it heals you, though. Yeah, it doesn't, like, multiply them together or anything like that. I mean, maybe it does, but that's just how it works. I don't know. If you absorb and nullify, it heals for 0. Gotcha. Whoa! Whoa! Oh my god! First playthrough guy was so bad at this. Bro, he's hardly any better. But yeah, when I first started speedrunning this game, I didn't know that you could use the shoulder buttons to turn sharper. So I just ping-ponged down this whole thing. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No crystal bonks, though? Alright, alright. CM, to answer the question, the best thing to do would be to not jump at all, but sort of, but like, it's complicated. But nah, the first few ramps are too big to go around, so you jump over them, and then the next ramps are smaller, so you can go get around them. Because jumping loses more speed. And yeah, I played a lot of Cool Borders 2 when I was younger. Alright, there we go. We got the power source successfully. Brave Fencer Musashi, Alundra, I really like both of those games. Brave Fencer Musashi is awesome. And then Alundra has great puzzles. And the combat in Alundra is pretty good too, but mostly like the puzzles in that game are really good. The story's pretty cool. But yeah, Brave Fencer Musashi though, oh man. That's a very nostalgic game for me. The soundtrack alone on that one, whew. What is the relay race part of this? So on RPG Limit Break in August, mid-August, there is going to be 3 teams that relay race through the whole Final Fantasy series, or at least like many, many games from it. So every team has a different runner for every game, and they one after another relay race through the series. So I'm signing up to represent FF7 for one of the teams. Unlucky to get a fight here.
It's super unlucky. It's really unlucky that you're doing that right there. It's really unlucky.
All right. Getting onto these things is weird. Like, you want to grab these all from as far away as possible, because the little auto run that Cloud does to the ladder doesn't count towards your steps. So all ladders in general you want to grab from as far away as possible in the game. And then here it's like particularly important because steps are really tight. Ay. Alright, 7 steps after this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't like how I had to end underneath the thing there, but it looks like I got it right. Next fight should be now. Okay. Bomberman 64? I don't think so. Like, I think I played it at a friend's house. The relay race, it'll be on RPG Limit Break. Oh, I forgot to split there. Twitch.tv/RPG Limit Break. I know I'm a channel that's very light on mods, but is there a mod around? Because it would be useful to have RPG Limit Break get shouted out for the Twitch folks to be able to follow them easily. 1, 2, 3 steps. And I don't know if they have a YouTube stream. I only know of the Twitch one. They do. Good to know. All right, you probably safety save Schizo. I don't know though. Really, if this, I don't know if you do, because you don't game over to this fight if it goes poorly. You can. If you trigger like a death blow that kills the head, or a death blow that triggers Earth counter into an added cut that kills, that'll wipe you. And yeah, that's the one DBZ that you have to shiver on. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This part is definitely in Celsius, Rust to Rust. Body temperature in Fahrenheit is 98 degrees. Oh, and the temperature it's showing is your body temperature, not the outside temperature. One, 2, 3, 4.5. That's very awkward to do behind there, but you have to do it. All right. Equip. Dragon Armlet, Water Ring, Gygus Armlet, Fire Ring, Fire Armlet Ribbon. I'll restore. I'm gonna do it like that. Added cuts. Elemental Shiva. Give me one of those. Give me one of those. Give me one of those. I think I'm still on ATB active. Yep. Nah, if it was a bad menu, I forgot to go to ATB active. Or wait, I mean. Could have been a good one. Ah, Nifto, thank you. And if anyone wants to paste that into the YouTube chat also, go for it. Ooh, look at this ATB. Still not the fastest because of these damn bats, but hey, number 2. We don't have to kill any bats for EXP, nah. I think if you kill bats, it makes you a higher level for either carry armor or diamond weapon. I can't remember. I think it's diamond weapon you're a higher level for or something. But I grabbed the power source, so I'm not worried about it. Yep. Oh. Please target the icicle. It one-shots these guys because laser... So laser does 50% of the enemy's current HP in damage, but it is gravity elemental. And icicles are weak to gravity, so it doubles the 50% into a one-shot. And yeah, that chest over there has the last elixir in it. Lazy of the devs to make it gravity elemental. I mean, the thing is that, like, it's just, I wouldn't call it lazy. I would just say it's just a little nonsensical, because the whole idea is that, like, in Final Fantasy, gravity element is very often associated with percentile damage. So we have an enemy skill that we want to do percentile damage. So, you know, naturally it's gravity elemental because that's how the series works. It's just weird that the ability is called laser. It also doesn't really look like a laser. It looks like it looks like several homing projectiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. And the last elixir thing, it's just a translation thing as far as I know. Like, when translating the text box that says, like, you got Mega Elixir, they, for some reason, translated that one specifically into you got last elixir. But they didn't make that mistake on any of the other ones. Because, yeah, the text box that says the item name that you get is not coupled with the actual item data at all. Like, the code in the game, there's just one line that says, open up a text box that has this literal text in it, and then another line that says, put this in your inventory. Or put, you know, this item in your inventory, and they don't have to match. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. Okay, so we can tent, we can notch, we can limit, and for marathon safety, I will save here. This will be a safety save, sure. You never know with Schizo, right? An FF7 decomp? Not exactly. Ace said that he's working on it, but what we have right now is there is a program called Mako Reactor that somebody made that does some type of decompilation for field scripts specifically. And like the way that they work. All right. We got to go big guard, hero drink, death sentence. Nice. My favorite opener. Don't hit Tifa. Thank you. Dang. Okay, so that's one crit attack. I'm dumb. Okay, 2 crit attacks. We would really prefer it if this one hits. All right. Come on, Tifa. Yeesh. Stinky. Now we have to heal her again. Oh my gosh, she cannot hit to save her life. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Thank you. All right, boys. She hit one death blow. I actually can't do this now. We have to heal Cloud. Oh my God! That's fine. That one didn't matter. There you go. That's why I had to heal Cloud. Okay, that was a run killing Schizo fight. Like if this was an actual PB attempt, you know, the run would now be dead because we just lost that much time to Schizo. But that's why that's what's exciting about race practice. That's what I was talking about. You know, so a lot of people really prefer to watch PB attempts because it might be the new personal best. It could even be world record, right? But the fun thing about race practice is that we still play the game now, even though that fight was so catastrophically bad to where you would not be able to PB on a run that had a fight like that. We still continue. La, da, 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 da. And yo, Seul. How's it going? Okay. Fight with a couple grenades. 10 steps after this. If I got a PB during the race, would it go on the leaderboards? If it followed all the rules, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like, I don't think that anything during the race is something that's not normally allowed. Whoops. Don't worry, this screen is not live on steps, so that mistake doesn't put us behind. Whoops. In fact, I think people PB on the race pretty frequently, because like the relay race is the kind of time where there are a lot of folks bringing out games that they don't run very often or haven't run in a while, you know, or like, you know, didn't run a lot. And so when it comes to something like that, right, Like, you've got 3 people per game. So if you imagine, what if like FF12 Revenant Wings is on there, right? Well, the people who are running that game probably aren't super optimized on it. Not 3 of them at least. And so a PB is kind of likely. And I think they do, Jay. Yeah, I think that's the thing about these 2, 3, 4. That's the thing about these practice runs is I believe they use the times in order to seed, you know, who goes into what team to kind of balance it out. To like have a theoretical balance. I kind of ran really high right there, which might be bad for steps. All right. We're gonna do a slightly new strat here. Hello? Can we leave? Sid gets 2 letters because I don't want to confuse them with each other. That's everything? I think that's everything on that menu. Pretty sure we're good. Wait. Am I still on A to be active? No, I am not on A to be active. We're good. We're good. Nah, we're on wait. Because we were definitely on wait for Schizo and we didn't change it. That would have been a disaster. This fight would be an absolute disaster on A to be active. Have you heard of people sandbag and then show up for their team on the real run? I mean, sandbagging intentionally. The thing is that the race is just for fun. So something like that would be, you know, I don't know. It'd be very silly. That's the kind of behavior that just ruins shit for everybody, you know. It's why we can't have nice things. However, have I actually heard of it? No. It's a charity event also? It might be. I don't even know. I'm just showing up to play Final Fantasy. All right, we got to do the new strat. Oh, okay. So now we can't do the new strat? I think I have to... Oh, wait, no, now the new strat is free. That's right, that's right. Wait. We weren't locked there? Oh, no, that's fine, that's fine. Sorry, it's a new strat. I'm back and forth between panicking and everything's fine. 2 death blows. 3 death blows. 4 death blows. Regular attack. Boom. That's not Deathblow luck on that fight. When she's paralyzed, Deathblow hits 100% of the time. So that's why, like, it's so important to cross slash and then be on A to B wait to do your weight tricking, and get as many death blows as possible in while she's paralyzed. Okay. 10.5 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half. Then 1, 2, third wave. But hey, that's what that echo. That's what one of those echo screens was for. The other one is for trains. There, you know, when I first got into FF7 speedrunning, some people did do bingo, and it was bingo for things like pincer on the world map, useless crit was a big one, boss crit, 139 grenade on dog. All the bangers, you know. What up, Judy Tester? Ba-da-bow. All right, so we are about to get the longest bathroom break in the game if you are a turbo runner. Which oh boy, we're running turbo, so we get a nice long bathroom break here. Oh, A to be active is like for running fast on normal encounters, and wait is for holding the turn on boss fights. Very broad brush, yes, that is the general idea. There are nuanced exceptions, but that is very generally it. Oh, hello. Is that Dash Baby? That's Baby Dash? Oh, hang on, my headphones are pulling. Hi, sweetie. Oh, she likes the TV. You like the orange, the bright orange flames? That's Sephiroth. If you're anything like all those other gamer girls, you're gonna have a big crush on that guy. With his flowing, silky silver hair. And his exposed, somewhat exposed manly chest area. Well, how are things going? Oh, red fish, blue fish? That's the one I already read to her before, right? Yeah.
A lot about fish.
Yeah. They really bait and switch you on that book. The first couple pages are about the fish, and then the whole rest of it is about like the zoot and shit, right? It's kind of similar to that other book. What's the one with like the girth mush on my toothbrush? What book is that? That's a different one, right? That's Walk It in My Pocket. Yeah. I feel like Walk It in My Pocket is very similar to One Fish, Two Fish, Red Fish, Blue Fish. And yo, Kagito. Her? Yeah. Yeah, she's the cutest. I mean, this isn't a this isn't a fully real run, as in, like, we're not going to submit this, so I think we're okay to do a little bit of full screen. Don't put you? Sorry, you're behind the child. Oh man, look at this kid. You can sit her back down so she looks more chill. Mrs. Dash is embarrassed. Oh, see, she's so cute sitting. Oh my gosh. Oh, there we go. Oh man, I looked back and the TV was black and I got concerned, but it just faded out. Hey, she got big feet? Oh. I don't know, she's got a big head. She's in like the 94th percentile or something for head size, so we're pretty stoked about that. Big head baby. That's right, big head to hold in that big brain. Exactly. That big wrinkly brain. She gets more wrinkles on it every day, you know? She's pretty nonplussed right now. Do you have a big smile for Dad? I feel like you haven't even noticed Dad here yet. She hasn't looked at me one time yet. Hi, sweetie. Hi. I can't call you by your name, though. I almost did. You're gonna have to learn to answer the baby dash also. Hey, sweetie. Oh, there we go. There's the smile. Now she saw me. I've been here the whole time, baby. All right. Well, thank you for the baby visit. I think I still have time to run to the bathroom and everything. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, yeah. All right, all right. There we go. And we're still waiting. Your youngest is now 11? Yeah. That's about where my sister's at. Her youngest, I think, is 12. So I waited quite a bit longer than my sister. I mean, she's also like 4.5, 5 years older than me. So she got a little bit of a head start. I feel like I need a paper towel for this cat's eyes. She's got some goobs, some goobers. That's one thing I could use down here, I guess, is like a supply of napkins. Oh yeah. We can do full screen Mia for a second as well, you know. Usually I wouldn't be cutting away from gameplay during a speedrun, but you know. This one isn't to be submitted to a leaderboard. It's just hello? Autofocus? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there she be. Just hanging out during the run. In her favorite spot, the crevice between my leg and the arm of the chair. This crevice that she's in, it's her favorite spot. She loves it. Any time that I come down into the studio here, she follows me right down and gets ready to be in this position, which is too bad when I'm going to play the drums, because then I don't sit. Then I'm not sitting over here. By the way, I cleaned it up a little bit. Check it out. The shelf doesn't have anything sitting in front of it anymore. We got the whole collection is looking pretty nice. And then the acoustic drum kit is at my parents' house. Which has been nice for my dad and I to jam whenever we go visit them. The Explorer, yeah, dude, I love Explorers. First time I ever saw an Explorer was in Guitar Hero 2, and I was like, man, I gotta get one of those. So we've got the Explorer. Next to it is it's a Harley Benton, Les Paul style, like matte black Les Paul. But it's baritone though. So the Explorer is regular regular 6-string. Les Paul is baritone 6-string, and then we got the bass. The bass. I don't really play bass, but you know, I can pick it up and do things with it. Do I play guitar and drums? Here we've got which one are we doing here? Let's just do the classic. Yeah, here we go. Tuning, pretty much always D standard. The reason being, part of the reason being that like, I just don't like drop tunings, right? But I want to play in D, but I don't like drop tunings, so I generally do D standard. And it's what all the death songs are in, and I always play around with death riffs. Drop D, yeah. I've seen a couple like good examples of drop tunings being used for certain reasons. for certain songs or chords, but for the most part, yeah, it doesn't make sense. The Digitech drop pedal? I don't think I've heard of it. What's that for? Like, I mean, is it just like a retuning pedal? Like brings you down a step or something without having to actually retune? Pitch shifter, that's kind of what I meant. Yeah, that's what I was failing to grasp or say. Yeah. But yeah, why no drop tuning? So the funny thing about it is that here's what happened. When I was younger, when I was first getting into like metal kind of, and when I was first like looking up tabs and stuff, I felt like all the stuff I was looking up was in drop D, right? Like System of a Down, Avenged Sevenfold, like that was the kind of stuff that I was learning, and it was all in drop D. But then once I started listening to Dream Theater, and then like Death, and like bands like that, once I started learning and like Agalock and that kind of stuff, like once I started learning bands from those or songs from those bands, none of them used drop tunings for pretty much anything anymore. So then I just realized, like, oh man, these bands that have like, well, in the case of something like Dream Theater, these bands that have like really good guitar players that I'm now more interested in, none of them are using drop tuning, so that's interesting. Dream Theater uses drop on some songs though, like Home, apparently, from what I've heard, or I think JP himself said it, that like the song Home is in drop D, I think. Do. The JP6. I think my dad was recently shopping for a guitar, and he was looking at a used JP Music Man. You think Home is the only one? I doubt it's the only one, but it's from what I've seen, it's rare, and who knows, maybe it is. Because thinking of other songs of theirs that are lower, like they just use 7-string stuff a lot of the time, right? Like, you know, Glass Prison is just 7-string. I think Dark Eternal Night is an 8-string, right? And so is In the Arms of Morpheus, if I'm not mistaken. Oh my gosh, it's happening! It's happening again. This is like a joke on my channel that every single time we're in this part of the game, the Junon escape, for some reason I start talking about Dream Theater, and we just get into Dream Theater talk. It happens every run. Dark Eternal is 7-string. It's not 8. Oh, okay, gotcha. There should be a DT split. I mean, the thing is, then I would see the split name, and then it would start happening unorganically, you know? These walls is 7-string down a step. Okay, so it's A standard, basically, or kind of, not really even, yeah, not even really, you get what I'm saying. But yeah, these walls, that opening riff is really chunky. Dude, the drumming in these walls is so good. Holy shit, that song has a great drum line. And yeah, and that's the thing. I got the baritone guitar because, right, I didn't really want to play a 7-string, but I do want to play songs that have that low B. So I ended up just saying I'm just gonna get a 6-string guitar and just put the bottom 6 of a 7 set on it. And that's what I did. It is kind of awkward though. So like I've been learning a change of seasons, you know? And it's kind of awkward because the song is written for a 7-string. So like I have to play the riffs a little bit differently to get around the lack of 7th string. It's been working so far. I've managed so far. All right. I'm just spitballing here. I would guess that at least one song on Awake has to be drop D, right? Because Awake was like the very grungy album. Like kind of grungy inspired, and a lot of grunge uses drop D. I feel like there's gotta be one on there, right? Awake is entirely standard, huh? Huh. But anyway, so that's my point, though. That's my point, right? Is that at some point it just naturally happened where the songs that I was interested in learning on guitar just weren't in drop tuning anymore. Lines in the Sand. Ooh, that's a good one. Dude, Falling Into Infinity is an underrated album, I tell ya. Like, it's got a few skippers, you know. I think Anna Lee is kind of a skipper, right? Take Away My Pain is kind of a skipper. But it's got Lines in the Sand. It's got Just Let Me Breathe. It's got Trial of Tears. It's got, what's that other one? I mean, those three are insane. But then, like, yeah, Hell's Kitchen. And Burning My Soul is just fun, right? Burning My Soul is a fun song that I enjoy. And, like, New Millennium is pretty sick. Have you guys seen that video of Devin Townsend singing Burning My Soul? I wish the audio quality on it was better, because it's awesome. It's like when Portnoy wasn't in the band for a bit, he had that like group of folks that he played songs with, and they played some Dream Theater stuff. And they played Burning My Soul at one place, and had Devin Townsend come up on stage and sing it. And it's so fucking awesome. Hollow Years is like, that song's a little in between for me. Like, I'm not... Hollow Years for me is like almost a skipper, but I can't help but like sing along to it the whole time, you know? Carry me to the shoreline, bury me in the sand. I don't really, now I don't remember the next line. Walk with me to the shoreline, something like that. Maybe you'll understand. All right. Once the stone you're crawling under is lifted off your shoulders, once the cloud you're crawling under. Man, I'm so bad at lyrics. That's raining over your head disappears. The sound that you'll hear is the crashing down of hollow years. Oh man, I mean, like, it's a very sing-along song. You realize Nickelback could have been way cooler? You know, I had that realization also with, like, kind of a recent song. I heard a Nickelback song recently that sounded kind of like Metallica. In a good way. And it was like, man, this song, it does suck, but there is a hint of something in here that could work. You can tell that these band members are capable of playing a cool song. And I don't really know anything about Metallica. I just... I specified they sound kind of like Metallica, like you can hear the Metallica in a good way in order to specify, like, we're talking good Metallica. Burn It to the Ground? It might have been. That sounds familiar. I saw it on What Makes This Song Stink. the Pat Finnerty video. I had to think about that for a second. Is it a play on What Makes This Song Great? It is, yes. I would highly recommend it. What Makes This Song Stink by the channel Pat Finnerty, if you haven't seen on YouTube. That guy is great. Do-do-do-do. Whoops. Right. The Kravitz Bowl. That was a good one. And what's always funny to me about those videos, too, is that a lot of the time I like the songs. Like, Fly Away by Lenny Kravitz. I like that song. But it's really funny to hear someone just rip on it for entirely valid reasons. Same with Kryptonite. There's one of the episodes is about Kryptonite by Three Doors Down. I cannot help but like that song. That song is just, it's just a fun little tune that I enjoy when it's on. I don't think I know of any Three Doors Down songs though. Any others? I feel like they're kind of a one-hit wonder for me. Unless, I mean, you guys can probably name another song of theirs that I would know though. Rage Against the Machine. Rage Against the Machine is a band that I have never put on. Like I have never put their music on myself intentionally, but when I hear them, I always love them. I really like the sound of Rage Against the Machine. And whenever they're on, I think that they're awesome. But for some reason, yeah, I have never put them on. I like Nine Inch Nails a lot as well. Oh yeah, Nine Inch Nails is fantastic. The one you agree with is the Train one. I can't stand Train. Ugh. Here Without You? Is that how does that go? I'm so lost without you. Oh man, it's on the tip of my tongue. I think I know the song. I'm here without you, baby. Is it that one? Yeah, I don't know if I'm putting that one on. Here's what's really, really funny about that type of music is I watched with Mrs. Dash and I, on YouTube, there's those like music quiz videos, right? And there was one that was like a popular song from every year from like 1970 to 2025, right? One per year. And I was like, man, I'm going to do terribly on these old ones, I bet. And then right away, I was getting all the old stuff, you know? It was like Satisfaction, LaGrange, right? Stuff like that. It's like, oh no, actually, I know all these songs. And then, and still through the 90s, I was pretty okay. Early 2000s, I'm still doing well. And then we get to 2006. And I turn to Mrs. Dash and I say, oh shit. 2006 is when I discovered Dream Theater. Or maybe 2007. And just like that, it was perfectly true. I don't think I got a single one from 2007 on of like one popular song per year. I didn't know a single one of them. I was in the DT hole. Symphony X, the only song I know of by Symphony X is Nevermore, and that song is awesome. Awesome song, but I haven't really listened to more of them. I think I did listen to that album one time, and I decently liked it. I don't think that, from what I got out of that one album, though, I didn't think that they write as jammin' riffs that as I like, though. I'm a big fan of, like, fucking awesome riffs, you know? While I felt like Symphony X kind of felt like 65 minutes straight of you know, like riffs that are just constantly 16th notes 100% of the time, and I just thought, like, man, that guitarist is putting a lot of work. He's playing his ass off in order to play a bunch of riffs that I will never remember and they will never be stuck in my head, you know? But it was cool. I liked the album, though. It was like, I enjoyed the listen. BT Bam, yeah, I gotta listen to more of them. One second, I got a menu here. Unloosing Tuna, how's it going? What am I doing? No, we do equip first. Wizard Bracelet, Curse Ring, Ribbon, hop over here, boom, boom, boom. Durin Gray? Dude, okay, so I haven't heard Durin Gray for like 15 years. But, I did listen to a bunch of them for like a very short period. There was like 1 week where I remember listening to them a bunch. Mad Capsule Markets, I haven't. Oh, I was at a concert yesterday. I was talking about this a bit at the top of the stream. But yesterday I saw Vanishing Earth in concert, which is my buddy's band. And it was great. I don't know. I guess that's about it. That's mostly the whole story there. Well, a couple other bands played. A band called Vin played. They were all right. They're pretty good. And then a band called Isilic played, which had the same drummer as Silva. Which, if you're like, who the hell is Silva? I'm wearing a Silva shirt today. Same drummer. They were pretty crazy. They were a three-piece instrumental band where it was drummer, guitarist, bassist. But the guitarist had a lot of instrument switches, you know? You know, they had a song where he had to switch to the microtonal guitar. They had a song that he had to switch to an 8th string. They had a song where he had to switch to a 10 string. So they were pretty entertaining. Oh no! Oh, guys, Run's dead! Oh no! I magic breath my own party! Oh no! Best show I've ever seen is a little tricky. The best stage presence I've ever seen, like venue, like when I say venue, I mean like what they did with. Hang on, I got a menu here. Tranks and tent. I think that's everything. I feel like I did that out of order. But yeah, best shows I've seen. I mean, look. It's the most obvious thing ever, but one of my favorite shows I've ever seen was definitely Dream Theater. I felt like a kid. I felt like a little kid at that show. Just like, ooh, just so excited for every riff, every solo, every unison, you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. But other best shows I've seen, dude, Ghost was awesome. They just had such a cool setup. The way that the lights were done, the way that the stage was set up. Ghost was really great. And then recently I went and saw Necrogoblicon, and Revocation opened for them. And dude, Revocation was so awesome. They killed it. They really impressed me, and so I'm going to see them again. They're on tour right now, and I'm going to see them again in the next couple months. And then Hypocrisy is playing with Dimmu Borgir pretty soon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half. So I'm going to see that as well. But other favorite shows, I mean, the other ones are going to be like the smaller shows I've been to, right? Like, dude, every time I see Silva, they put on such a good live show. They absolutely kill it. And then back when... Some of my favorite concerts also are from back when I was like 16, 17, 18. I went and saw... So first of all, one of my favorite bands back then was Tubbring. And they, Tubbring, if you've never heard of them, they're very like Mr. Bungley. Just very eclectic. They cover a lot of kind of styles. Their songs are very weird. But they've got like a nice punk foundation also. Great band. Their first three albums. You hated Tubbring? Dude, their first three albums I think are phenomenal. They're so good. I'm forgetting to split a bunch. But anyway, loved seeing Tubbring because they were really great. They were the kind of show where it was like they didn't talk. They came out, they maybe said a sentence or two, but they came out and just played song. Not even, like, now, I feel like every band I see now, I think it's because it's metal and everyone's retuning all the time. It feels like every song has like 20 seconds of just guitar tuning between each song. But it was like Tubbring was like, as soon as one song was done, they were playing the next song, you know? They just jammed as much into their set as they could. And dude, back then, it was like I felt like concerts were just way more crazy back then. Like, I'm remembering those concerts, and it was like the venue was tiny, and people were packed. Like, I'm remembering those concerts as being like, there were people pressing into you from all sides. Everybody was literally crammed together against the stage, you know, in like a tiny venue, which was really nuts for a band like Tubbring, where in day-to-day life, you never met anyone who knew who they were, you know? You couldn't go to like any regular-ass jabroni and be like, I like this band, you know? And have them know who they are. But then it was nuts that now you go to this concert and you are in a room so full that you're literally pressed against each other, and every single one of those people knows every word of every song, you know? And it's like, damn, I'm with my people. So I loved those old Tubbring shows. But yeah, at Dream Theater, right? John Petrucci, new guitar for every song. John Mayung also had a different bass for every song, except they were all the same bass, just in different colors. This is not a new route, no. Zeal did make this step route, but this is long range. And yeah, Mike Patton. Speaking of Mike Patton, he is probably my favorite vocalist of all time for sure. And Yoli. And yeah, I would say, like, craziest concert I've been at, I mean, it was probably those old, not only Tubbering, there was another band. I don't know if you guys ever heard of them. They were a local Minnesota band called Screaming Mechanical Brain. They would very often play with Tubbering, and people went fucking nuts for those guys. I mean, I remember their singer slash keyboardist. I remember him having his keyboard, like, the chord input was, like, fully wrapped, duct taped up to it. Hang on. I forgot I had to do this. Amazing band name. They were originally called Screaming Monkey Boner, but that was like, I think that was giving them some trouble with getting booked and stuff, so they changed it to Screaming Mechanical Brain. But anyway, I remember him, like, swinging his keyboard over his head like a fucking lasso from the cable. Okay, hang on a second. We gotta do this. Elemental, boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Check out, yeah, they had a couple albums. One of them was called, I think it was called Delaying the Inevitable. I want to say was the name of their first album. And then they had an album called There Is No God in Space, and they were those two albums are really, really great. Don't listen to them on Spotify, though. Last I checked, I don't know why, the Spotify uploads of their albums are fucked. They sound really bad. It's like someone with a really scratched up CD that was skipping a whole bunch recorded them. It's no good. At Spotify in general, I listen to Spotify all the time, every day. This is uniquely bad. But anyway, they also, I do remember, they had this one song that had, it had a line in the song that was, "So I will take my aim and spit," right? It was the name of, was one line in the song. And at that part, like, everybody, like, okay, I also man, I'm thinking back to, like, what concerts were like when I was 16. People would spit at the bands all the time, not even because they didn't like them. On the contrary, it was like teenagers trying to touch the musicians, you know? But they can't get to them, so they would spit at them sometimes, right? And, so anyway, they had this one line that had spit in it, so the stage would get a bunch of spit on it. And for some reason after that song, you know, the vocalist brings it up like, "Oh, we got spitters, eh?" And then I don't know what possessed him to do this, but he starts undoing his belt, and he goes, "How about you spit in between my butt cheeks?" And he pulls his pants down a little bit and spreads his ass open to the crowd, and the guy spits into his ass, and then the show just continued. And then they continued with the concert after that. And it was like, that was one of the weirdest things I ever saw at a concert, but I'm still thinking about it. Still talking about it. So yeah, you know, concerts back in the day, man. There was something else going on. I think part of it was the age of the crowd. Part of it was the crowd being full of 14 to 18-year-olds that are just like really into this underground, weird punk, metal, techno fusion shit, you know? And nowadays, every show I go to, nowadays it's like every show I go to is 18 plus, it seems like. Oh yeah, like the Aussie bat bite. Right, it's kind of like that. Did they get a prize? They got to spit into his ass. And then during the next song, he mentions like, oh, I can feel it sliding around between my butt cheeks. How's that for you guys entering from Chocoberator's stream? Welcome in, Chocoberator. We're talking about spit sliding around between your butt cheeks. What were you guys talking about during the during his stream? Pop punk? No, I mean, so the first band that I ever got into was Green Day, right? So like there was pop punk as far as that goes, but I didn't really like. I went from Green Day to Linkin Park and then into heavier stuff rather than staying in pop punk. But that's the thing though, was that it was like when I was a child, right? There were songs on the radio that I liked. I liked Under the Bridge by Red Hot Chili Peppers. I remember. I liked what's that song that's like, what if God was one of us? Just a slob like one of us. You know the song? I loved that song when I was a kid for some reason. But the first song, it wasn't Alanis Morissette. No. Alanis Morissette, much better. But, I mean, and everyone loved Alanis Morissette, right? The first song, as a kid, that I ever heard and was like, this is for me, and I need to hear this again right now, right? Like, I heard this song, I need to hear it again as soon as possible. The first time I ever had that feeling was the song Brain Stew by Green Day, which is butt up, butt up, butt up, butt up, butt up, butt up. I'm having trouble trying to sleep. Da-da, 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 in my room. I don't know the fucking words. Butt up, butt up, butt up. You know? Oh, man. So that was the song that was responsible for me. Like, actually, now I am seeking out music, you know? Now I'm listening to music every day because I gotta hear that song every day, and I gotta hear more Green Day, you know? So then I got Dookie, the album, and listened to it a million times, right? But I didn't, and I got other Green Day albums, right? I got Insomniac and Nimrod and even Warning. But then instead of other music of that genre, the next band I got really into was Linkin Park. And then after that, I got really into CKY. And then from CKY, I went into Avenged Sevenfold. And then I feel like after Avenged Sevenfold warmed me up to music that had harsh vocals in it. But then it was like, then, you know, of course, things expanded from there and got... Oh, after CKY, it was Tubbring, right? Then I got really into Tubbring, Avenged Sevenfold, some other stuff over there. But then... Yeah. And then, like, Coheed and Cambria, Nine Inch Nails, fucking I'm probably missing some really important stuff. King Diamond, right? Then King Diamond was a big deal. And then I discovered Dream Theater, right? And then that was just kind of it. But yeah, I went backward to get like so several years after listening to exclusively Dream Theater is when then I got into Necrophagist, and then Necrophagist did a Death cover, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta listen to Death. Then I got really into Death, and then I kind of worked back to some other stuff like, you know, Pantera and stuff like that from there. So that is Slipknot somewhere in there? Actually not. That's what's funny. My brother was really into Slipknot. I've never liked them. I have tried to kind of figure out, like, maybe what is it exactly that I don't like about Slipknot? I think it's just that, like, their drums are the only thing they've got going for them. I do not like their guitar, right? Like, the way that they write... The way that they write guitar riffs, like riffs like that are just boring. I don't like them. And then their vocals, I think, are lame. Like, I think Corey Taylor. Sorry for just let's just rip on Slipknot for a minute, but it's just how I feel. Corey Taylor, I don't think his singing voice is particularly good, and I think his harsh vocals are especially not very good. Like, he does his vocals like a dog barking, right? I like my harsh vocals to be like Opeth or Hypocrisy or Death, right? Or you know, also stuff like Agalok and stuff like that. I want, for some reason, I don't know what it is exactly about Corey Taylor's metal vocals, but he sounds like a barking dog to me, and I don't like it. So, not into the vocals, not into the guitar. Dude, they have had a history of awesome drummers, though. So, like, I do really enjoy hearing their drum beats. Yeah, they're awesome drums in all the Slipknot stuff that I've heard. But yeah, my brother was into Slipknot. I didn't get into him. It was my brother that got me into metal in general, though, because when I was younger, I didn't like harsh vocals at all, right? And we actually need to. I've done this a million times, but actually no, I'm gonna get demonetized. Do you guys know the song "Turn the Other Way" by Avenged Sevenfold? Right? I wasn't a big fan of harsh vocals back then, and especially that album does not have very good vocals on it. But then that one riff comes on that's like, and I was like, oh man, with the drums on that part and the keyboard backing it, and then the clean vocals come in on it, you know, you've turned away from me, right? That part of that song is so fucking awesome that I was like, man, I need to listen to this song again. And then as I started listening to that song again, I got used to the vocals. I started listening to that whole album. I got used to the vocals, and that's how I ended up getting into like metal, you know, was actually Avenged Sevenfold, which is pretty funny because after their first two albums, they kind of just became an ass rock band. Oh yeah, System of a Down Toxicity was an album that I really liked when I was younger. What's funny about System of a Down though is that it's I guess they are definitely metal, and when I listen to them now, I definitely am like, okay, yeah, this is pretty heavy for stuff that's on the radio. But back then I wasn't I never really considered them to metal necessarily. But obviously they are. What was the song I was just talking about? It's called Turn the Other Way by Avenged Sevenfold. It's from their first album. But then the song that got me into so Necrophagist is what really got me though into like death metal, right? And then Spirit Crusher by Death was a really big album, or a really big song for me for death metal. And then that whole album though, Sound of Perseverance, is just so good. Fermented Awful Discharge, greatest guitar solo of all time, dude. Like that is my all-time favorite guitar solo. Oh man, that whole song is really good, but whew. Children of Bodom, I really like Children of Bodom. They are awesome. Entombed, man, that's a great name for a band. And then Minin, you mentioned They. There's a band called They. I feel like I just heard of them for the first time, like only a couple days ago, and now you've brought them up. Maybe it was you who brought them up both times though. And yeah, DBZ, after the first album, so you didn't like Waking the Fallen? See, for as far as Avenged Sevenfold goes, I think Sounding the Seventh Trumpet is pretty cool, and it has some great guitar riffs in it, and some really good drumming, and yeah, overall, yeah, I really like Sounding the Seventh Trumpet. Waking the Fallen, though, I feel like is an all-time banger album. I love that album. It was really City of Evil that I didn't like. Ulcerate, I have not heard of. Band I was obsessed with a kid that I hate now. I don't know. Let me think about that. Like, is there? I mean, I do not really stand by Linkin Park. I'll tell you that. But I don't know though. Actually, I did actually just I was playing drums the other day, and I just for fun practice I improv'd through Meteora, and that album's got some bangers on it still. Figure 09 still slaps, so maybe I do stand by the old Linkin Park. But yeah, was there a band that I listened to a bunch of that I would be like embarrassed to admit now? I don't really think so. I don't know. I've like my tastes have definitely expanded, but I don't know if they've cut anything out or cut anything off, you know. Oh, speaking of CKY and death metal though, did you guys hear that Darren Miller is in Malevolent Creation again? And so he might actually be on an album this time. That seems cool, because I really like Darren Miller's vocals and guitar work. So hearing him in actual death metal is exciting. Because he has that band World Under Blood that had one album. That it's funny that so they had one album, and I feel like the first song on it is only okay. I don't like it a ton. But then the rest of it is really good. Michael Jackson? Nah, see, I still really like Michael Jackson. Like, Beat It, the obvious ones, right? The big obvious ones, Beat It, Smooth Criminal, Billie Jean. Like, those songs are all-time untouchable bangers. But also I really like, Man in the Mirror is really good. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. No message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. Let's go, man. Good stuff.
Yes.
Erasure, is that the band that had that always I wanna be with you, make believe with you? That song's awesome. So here's a thing also, is that like I'm a metal guy, I talk about death metal and shit all the time, but like I love 80s pop also. Fucking sometimes I feel I've got to get away. I've got to don't run away from the pain you drive into the heart of me. The love we share, it seems to go nowhere, and I've lost my light, for I toss and turn, I can't sleep at night. Oh man, what an awesome song. Or you guys know the song Revenge by Ministry? It's the one that's like, push me off of the 13th floor. You watch as my head hit the floor. You watched as I went down the stairs. Something like that. You watched as I came tumbling down. Moonlight Desires. I don't know if I know that one. You saw Ministry perform with Symphony. So that's the funny thing about Ministry, is that their first album is like synth pop, and it's awesome. And then their second album is like 9 Inch Nails. And then their third album is like Skinny Puppy. And then after that, they're like just industrial metal at that point. Which I haven't really listened to that stuff. I've really only heard their first couple albums. After the run, remind me after the run, I will play you guys that guitar riff I was talking about. I can just grab the guitar and play it. Actually, we could have done it right there during that long-ass cutscene, but I didn't think of it. Have I listened to the album Hatebreeder? I'm not sure, by Children of Bodom. The album that I've put on most times I've listened to them is Are You Dead Yet? Is that the name of the album? Or is that just a song that's on it? What's a recommendation for a Ministry song? So that's the thing, is that do you want the synth pop or do you want the industrial metal? For the synth pop, check out the song Revenge. But yeah, there's also there are other Children of Bodom songs that I've heard, right? Like If You Want Peace, Prepare for War. That's on one of those albums, right? Blood Drunk. What's that other one? There's a few songs I have on Yarg that I play through on drums. Okay, we are about to do one of the harder menus. But yeah, I'll check out Hate Breeder, of course. I think I've heard Needle 24/7, but I couldn't tell you how it goes. Yeah. Like that, and then it's like enemy skill, boom, 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 arrange, HP plus cover, manip, E-skill, all, restore, added cut elemental, HP pluses, long range, death blow steel, Tranks final tent, living deadbeat. That's another one I know. The first Children of Bodom song I ever heard, though, was their cover of that Britney Spears song. It's funny how doing a cover like that can really get your name out there as a band, you know? Like, what are other bands that you first heard of because they covered something? Oh yeah, Insurgent. It's by Children of Bodom. Definitely look it up. It's really great. Hey, next time I'm going to listen to some Children of Bodom, I'll put it on FFD. Thank you for the super chat. I think it's Oops, I Did It Again, which might be different from Baby One More Time. I don't know. I get my Britney Spears mixed up. You remember Lovin' Between the Buried and Me? They've got a relatively new album. I think it came out last year. It's really awesome. I haven't listened to a lot of BT Bam, but I listened to their new album the other day, and I was very impressed. Ah! Oh my god, that was a disaster. I couldn't tell which character I was on there. We've got a cat getting interested in messing with my cables. That's no good. Oh, jeez. Oh, hi, Mia. You're back? But yeah, there's been a few songs, or there's been a few bands that I've gotten into because I heard someone else cover them. Like, for example, Death. I didn't really listen to Death until I heard Necrophagus do a cover of them. And then on this one is a little silly. You'll be surprised. But I never actually really listened to Iron Maiden until I heard a Dream Theater cover of them. And then I was like, oh shit. Gotta check out these Iron Maiden guys. Yeah, what can I say? I mean, I knew, like, Run to the Hills, you know? Of course. The thing was, Iron Maiden was not a band that I grew up with in the house. Like, so, what were my parents into, right? My parents listened to... My parents are very into music and listened to a lot, you know? And what I remember mostly was Red Hot Chili Peppers, a lot of them, a lot of Beck, Alice in Chains, Smashing Pumpkins, Scorpions. Scorpions was a big one. Oh yeah, Power Slave is awesome. Scorpions was a big one. Nirvana. Queen. My mom really liked Queen. Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin. There's a Christian band called Petra that my dad really likes and listens to a lot of. Okay, here we have to safety save for race strats. So anyway, so this was a lot of stuff, right? That like my parents were into, and that was kind of around in the house. There was not Iron Maiden. Oh, Lenny Kravitz is another one. But there was not any Iron Maiden because my parents were good Christians, and I think they thought that Iron Maiden was evil, so there wasn't any Iron Maiden in the house. Oh, Pink Floyd was pretty big too, yeah. Oh yeah, they liked Creed also. I remember hearing that song a lot. Can you take me higher to a place where blind men see? At least that's how I remember it going, but then I just heard it kind of more recently and it didn't actually go like that. Yo, Stray Wars. DC Talk? I don't know what that is. But yeah, Iron Maiden was a no-go. Judas Priest, no-go. They were evil. And then like we talked a lot about metal and stuff. That was kind of the thing, was that any sort of harsh vocals was also automatically evil, you know. No, we stay there. I think we just, oh yeah, we Mega Elixir, and then we do that. Oh, that was actually, I gotta be more careful here. We actually have to heal that off, and then give her poison instead. It just makes it more likely that she can survive a Lapis Laser. How old are my folks? They were both born in the 60s. So like the thing is, my mom is actually quite hip with her music taste, you know. She like she grew up. My mom's dad was a very cool guy, you know, and so like she was very up on like Rolling Stones and Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin when they were all like current bands, you know. She was at the forefront of being into them as a kid. I'm not sure where a lot of my dad's music taste came from, besides, like, I mean, the thing is, my dad was one of the youngest of, like, so my dad's side of the family was very Christian, and I'm pretty sure his grandparents just listened to, like, classical music, but he was also the youngest or one of the youngest of, like, 9 kids. Hang on. Oh shit. All right, we got problems. Do we got problems? Oh, we're just dead. Oh, cool. We're dead to a single Lapis, bro. I'm gonna try to salvage it, but we'll see what happens here. You might think I'm crazy for magic breathing right now, but it's the correct call. What? I meant to put that on Cloud or on Tifa, but this game's fuck-ass targeting system in battles made me get the wrong dude. Okay. Okay, we've recovered. Okay, we've recovered. Now we would just really prefer if Tifa could hit her death blows. That's what I'm talking about. Nice! I think that's it. I can't do another magic breath? Shit. Ay, 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 bro. Oh, that killed Sid also? Ay, ay, ay. That's right, Sid's big guard ran out. I think this kills. Yeah. Okay, so this puts us in a really bad spot because now Cloud and Sid don't have their limit breaks. Okay. You also had a lot of music in your household, and it has a huge impact. I think so for sure. I probably shouldn't even be doing that. I should probably do that, and then we gotta go tranks on these two, and I also think we need to take their sadness off so that they rebuild their limit bars. And then... Nope, she's good. Do. Alright, limit for Cloud, that's good. I am going to right away retrank him so he doesn't re-die. Do. Bum. Okay, Tifa could use one potion right now. Okay, please don't kill Tifa. Instead, please give Sid his limit. Thank you. No! Alright, so we're gonna do this. this. Okay, hey, welcome back again, Mia. Bum bum do 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 do. Da 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 da. Scratches his head, so second option. Second option. And we're getting there. We've only got about an hour left in the run. How about that? Oh, I'm semi-retired, Pops, but mid-August... Oh, there we go. Mid-August, there is a relay race going on that, you know, I like to participate in events. So I signed up for the relay race, and I got to do a couple practice runs to be eligible. The head scratch just means you're at the part of the cutscene where you're about to have to make a selection. All right. Here, going diagonal is a little bit faster than going straight. Womp, 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 womp. So yeah, by holding up and left, and then we counter-rotate the camera with R1, and then it gets us a nice, slightly boosted speed. However, I didn't quite aim right, so we gotta go directly south here for a second. High wind is also faster diagonal. Oop. And kind of far away there. One of those chests had the scimitar in it, which is a weapon for... Oh, she needs to be tranked. Oh, she died, that's right. A weapon for Sid, and then the other has the Leviathan scales, which in Wutai is what clears the fire and lets you get the Steel as Well materia. And the... Oritsuru? So we want the enemies to wail on Sid as much as possible. Because we are trying to get his limit break filled before the diamond weapon fight. Oh, Cloud having cover on is actually gonna interrupt that a little bit, though. Forgot about that angle. I think we just... Oh, no. Okay. If she's getting put to sleep, then we do Magic Breath. Oh, actually, Sid could have just physically attacked Tifa. Oops. Yeah, we better just do that. Oh my gosh! Holy shit, bro! Okay, she needs 2 potions now. Okay, that fight took 2 minutes for no reason. That was terrible. I shouldn't have been so cheeky with it. And actually, because I kind of want Sid to get wailed on, I better heal him up as well. All right. So now, if this misses, it did. We do a Magic Breath to get rid of the goons. And we send out another one. All right, there it is. So we need to equip a summon materia for the diamond weapon fight. The fastest summon, I think, is Ifrit. But some runners elect to use Ramuh instead because he does more damage. And the, I think that there is a potential to underroll damage. Because normally he does boost jump, which does more damage than Ifrit. Bum, 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 bum. Because I think Diamond Weapon might be weak to electric and everything. Ran into the store with Monetary Dragon. Oh yeah, the level 99 grind. Yeah, that was fun. It's funny, that achievement thing, I clocked it immediately. Like if a clip exists out there of that happening live where you can see the chat, within 1 minute of that crash, if you watch the chat, you'll see me in there say, "Is there an achievement for getting level 99?" Oh yeah, I could be, oh no, this isn't the bathroom break quite yet. Yo, TK. Diamond weapon is weak to electric. Yeah, I thought so. Well, here we go. We got about 45 minutes in the run left. Maybe 50. Probably 50. Oh, and he halves fire even. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so the only reason someone would use Ifrit is because it's the fastest animation. And if Tifa hits her death blows, then it won't underroll. But if Tifa only hits the minimum number of death blows, I think that's when you're at risk. And even then, it's just a risk of it underrolling. If all my ducks are in order on it. Okay, on my secret practice run I did the other day, that I didn't stream, I did forget to turn battle speed down for the diamond weapon fight. Okay, now I get to run to the bathroom. Is Chocomog a faster summon? Oh, well, yeah, but we don't have it. Because it takes like a full minute to get the Chocobos to dance and stuff. The summons that we actually have access to that we naturally pick up in the run for one reason or another are Ifrit, Rama, Shiva, And I feel like there's one more. Bahamut. Just those 4. Now, it would be pretty trivial time-wise if we needed to grab, like, Neo Bahamut, Kiata. Maybe just those 2. Those 2 are, like, right along the way. We just don't need them. Chocomog, though, takes, like, a minute to pick up. Between the pizza and me. How's it going? All that time the rocket was sitting there and Sharon never went back to fix the tank. What can I say, you know? They weren't paying her to do it. Her name's Miss Krabappel. All this time I've been calling her Crandall. All right, eyes on Cloud. Everybody watch Cloud for a second. Tifa's gonna move, but keep your eyes on Cloud. There you go. Whoop. Nice, nice. No encounter. All right. Here's where we count the spins on the satellite. Really what we're counting here is how long the weather vane stays still before it jiggles. That's the RNG that we're actually tracking. The satellite spinning is just a convenient on-screen visual cue with which to count. All right, so here we go. It stopped for less than a spin, so it stopped again for 1. Okay, we got the worst possible RNG. Check it out. Now it's gonna go. It's gonna spin again right now, and then now we wait for that long, and there we go. Worst possible RNG, but hey, now we are manipulated to where we want to be. Whew, I tell you, I'm starving. So what that RNG was that we just looked at is field RNG. It's the RNG system that does just like field scripts. Field being these pre-rendered backgrounds where you run the chibi cloud around in. These are fields, right? And field scripts use their own like tracking on the RNG system. And ultimately, what that is going to determine is how many fights we get on the final descent. The final descent where you jump down the 13 rocks down toward Genova Synthesis. Or is that what she's called? Yes. So we are manipulating getting 0 encounters there. Now, the first thing we had to do for the manipulation was to talk to the guy at Bone Village to dig for the Lunar Harp on a certain in-game time, because that sets our RNG incrementer to the correct value, which is basically what order is the RNG table in. And now that the RNG table is in the correct order, then we use that, the way that weather vane works is just, it's kind of bugged, in a way that doesn't matter. I don't know, like, I don't know if you can even call it a bug, because what it does is so inconsequential, normally. But yeah, so here's the thing, is that this screen I have to play perfectly, because this screen calls RNG. So now that we have our manipulation done, we now need to, like, perform perfectly on this room. And now we're done. We did it. But yeah, so there's a couple rooms where we're kind of like on a little bit of a timer. Basically, from now on, we just all of the RNG rooms we just have to get through as quickly as possible, and we'll be fine. Who am I running against in the race? I don't know yet. I know that Doomies and Rupon have both. Oh, and Solid Snake 82. I believe those folks have signed up for FF7. I don't know who else has, though.
What are these holes in the wall for?
But people have until August to both sign up and, well, yeah, to sign up. But yeah, so here's why that weather vane is weird, by the way. Okay, so every time that a field script wants a random number, here's what it does. It increments the bookmarked position on the RNG table by the amount of the current incrementer. And then it and from that, it gets a number from 0 to 255. Now, most of the time, so what that weather vane does is it's got 4 outcomes. Whether the RNG that it gets is 0, 1, 2, or 3, it has a different amount of time that it waits before it wiggles again. And normally, the way that you would program it would be to take the 0 to 255 result, modulo 4 it, and that would give you 0, 1, 2, or 3, right? You just look at the 2 least significant bits, and that gets you your 0, 1, 2, or 3, and you would use that. But instead, Bobby, thank you, for the 5 gift subs. That's huge. Thank you. Instead, what the weather vane does is it grabs a random number, it asks if it's 0, 1, 2, or 3, and if it's not any one of those, then it loops and asks for another random number on the next frame. So through every frame, it rapidly cycles through the RNG table until it gets to one of the 4 positions that happens to hold the numbers 0, 1, 2, or 3. And so there's 4 spots that it stops on and then performs its script. And so we're essentially just waiting for it to stop on the spot, on one of those, a specific one of those 4 spots, and then we manipulate from there. I don't think I know more than 4-8. That guy could tell you everything I just said, I'm sure. That guy knows a lot. But I appreciate the kind words. So now RNG is running on this field, which means we just, all we got to do is mash as quickly as possible to get through this. I'm playing turbo though, so we don't even got to worry about it. But ultimately what we're doing is there is in Bone Village is the last time that the RNG incrementer gets set, and it gets set according to our in-game time when we dig for the Lunar Harp. So that's why when I got the Lunar Harp, I waited for 56 on the second digit before I ran in and talked to the guy. Witchy, thanks for subscribing. And that set the incrementer. So now, this many hours later, the idea is that with the incrementer set where it's at, there is this big, nice window of RNG in the table that gets you 0 encounters in the final descent. So, what does that weather vane position that we just manipulated to get us? It gets us a reasonable distance back from that window to now land in the window if we play the rest of the game optimally on the relevant screens. Like, this screen is relevant. So I need to leave this room basically perfectly, so this movement that I'm doing right now is heavily practiced. Boom, I did it, I got out. Now this screen, though, doesn't call RNG, so we don't care as much. And this screen doesn't call RNG, so we don't care. I mean, we want to go fast just to go fast, but, you know, just saying it's not sensitive. And then there's not going to be any screens that call RNG all the way until we're about to fight Hojo. When you're about to fight Hojo and there's those sparks going off on the side of the screen, those sparks are the next thing that's going to call RNG. So we don't even got to think about it for a while now. Specifically field RNG. Of course, the battle is still going to have its own RNG system. Yeah, so when I say call RNG, I just mean some kind of script on that screen just asks for random numbers for one reason or another, and every time that a random number is asked for, it moves the position on the table that you're on. And so, again, we are ultimately trying to land in a window. So yeah, they just call RNG. So changing the seed, the closest thing to changing the seed is changing the incrementer. Because the table itself is just a statically programmed list of all numbers from 0 to 255, just in a scrambled order, but it's hard-coded, it's always the same. So the seed is essentially always the same. However, there is that second value I'm talking about, the incrementer, where whenever a script wants a random number, what it does is it moves the bookmark on the static table by the amount of the incrementer, and then gives you that value. So changing the incrementer essentially changes the seed, without like having multiple seeds actually. And the last time that the seed was changed, that the incrementer was changed, was when we dug for the Lunar Harp in Bone Village almost 3 hours ago. And it won't change again. And that's one of the reasons to reset in a hundo every once in a while. Hundos do a few hard resets for RNG manipulation. Yo, J-Rod. The only reason this works is for Final Descent is that there's a really big window for all 0 inks. Exactly. J-Rod, how's it going? Are you submitting for the relay? No pressure. So we are going to save the game here for safety. J-Rod is one of the guys I learned the most from when I first started running. You're basically retired? See, I'm basically retired also. But only more recently, though. Because I don't know if you heard, but I am officially a dad now. We had our kid 2 months ago. Okay, so we got to put a summon on Sid. So hang on, I got to look at this. I got to say 1600. Okay, so we can go. I guess we trank him now. We put that on him. We, yeah, everything else is, like, fine here. Right? I mean, we did the thing. We got our health in order. We got battle speed set. We got the summon equipped on Sid. I'm retard. Oh yeah, Perlio. I can imagine that. I'm retard. Like they say far instead of fire, oil instead of oil. You ever heard someone from the South say oil and they just say oil? Oh, cool. Yeah. All right. Good opener. Do we still? Okay, now give me this. Okay, he's doing that, so now we're gonna go trank you. Oops, I didn't mean to release time there, but it should be fine. It's Farwood. All right, Tifa, let's see these death blows. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay, okay. We're looking good. Nice. Nice. Okay, okay. Bad opener, but good fight. Went up to your roof. Hey, are you saying roof? Because that's a interesting thing. Because in Minnesota, people say roof. They don't say room, though, I've noticed. Other people say, like, I went to my room. No one says that. They say room. But roof and root are in Minnesota. We got to get to the root of this problem. Yeah, boot is also just normal boot. We're not saying boot. I need to put a boot on my foot. But that's the thing. And people are like, what do you mean root? But it's like you say foot the same way. It's like foot. Minnesota sounds more like Chicago? Really? I'm not sure if I know the Chicago accent. Thoughts on remakes? Not really my thing. I am just, I played Remake, I tried Rebirth. I am just 100% apathetic to it. Just do not care about it. You know what else I think I might be not interested in as well. We'll see. Once again, we'll see what FOMO does. We'll see how it ends up shaking out. But Grand Theft Auto 6, I don't know if I'm gonna play Grand Theft Auto 6. I don't know if I care about it at all. What do you guys think? The thing is, I just don't really like Rockstar games all that much, you know? Like, I wasn't into Red Dead or Red Dead 2. I honestly wasn't into Grand Theft Auto 5. The last GTA I really liked was 4, but even 4, I don't like it anymore, you know? Like, 4 I really liked when it was new, and then I recently tried to go and replay it, and I was like, this shit's boring. I'm not into it anymore. So, yeah, I don't think I have any interest in GTA 6. Especially, Vice City or San Andreas. I'm a Vice City guy. I like Vice City a lot. My favorite Grand Theft Auto is Liberty City Stories for PSP. Because I love the Italian mafia characters and story, but I also really like Liberty City. Yeah, Liberty City Stories. That's the GOAT. Are they not doing a PC release of GTA 6 on launch day also? Are they also doing that? Are you fucking serious? Holy shit. I feel like this game, oh my god, I'm actually starting to worry a little bit because here's the thing. Nothing is going to stop GTA 6 from being the biggest game launch of all time, you know? But they are doing every single shitty business strategy that we have ever seen in the past 20 years of shitty video game industry development. We're seeing every one of those practices in one game. What am I talking about? I'm talking about a game where they have ripped the game apart and picked and chose. Hang on a second. They have picked and chosen little bits of the game to carve out and sell to you as a $20 day one DLC, right? Day one DLC, $20 of shit that should just be in the game. Also, it's at the maximum price point to start from. It's $20 DLC on top of it being an $80 game, which the only other company to do $80 games so far, really, has been Nintendo. And we all know how much everyone loves to act like Nintendo's the shittiest company. And then on top of that, also now you're telling me they're doing timed exclusivity for no reason? Also, there's no physical copies. The physical copies are a code in a box. So you spend $80 for a code in a box? $80 code in a box, $20 day one DLC? Timed exclusive? Like, it's like they are purposefully making the perfect storm of all of the worst shit, because they know that regardless, it is still going to be the biggest game launch or movie or anything. It's going to be the best-selling game of all time. And then fucking idiots can use this to argue against keeping things good forever. You know what I mean? Any one of these shitty business practices, if anybody complains about them, they can just say, well, GTA 6 is the best-selling game of all time. Fuck! Oh yeah, there's other code in a box games. There's also other $80 games. There's also other timed exclusives. I'm saying this is every single one of those things in one game. Ooh. Dang. Oh, sorry. When you do Hojo skip, it bugs the music out. So there won't be any field music for like the rest of the game. Nice. How big is the game? I mean, so here's the thing, is that if it would need to be multiple discs anyway and install on your console anyway, I feel like we're running into like that being a problem in and of itself, you know? Where I don't think games need to be as large of a file size as they are, you know? Like, there used to be somewhat of an art in game development to getting your game file sizes down to something reasonable. But I guess we don't care about that anymore. We entered a period where physical media is actually the worst player experience. I know what you're saying, and I can't help but kind of agree, because you are right. Well, here's both sides. Like I partially agree, but it's not the whole story, right? So you are correct that the game needs to install on the hard drive anyway. It's not like games load off the disc to play anymore anyway, because you would have long ass loading times when instead you would rather install it onto your system and do that, right? So you're right in that sense. The problem though is that we now need to trust the game to exist forever digitally, you know? You're paying for a product and you're not getting the game data in your hands, which I think is a problem, right? Because it means that if anything is wrong with internet or servers or anything like that, then you don't have the thing that you bought, you know? And I'm one of the people who thinks that that's a big deal. And this comes right after you guys saw the story, right, where Sony just removed a bunch of movies off of their service, and that doesn't mean what it usually means, that they delist it from purchase from the store, but if you own it already, you can still download it. It's not even that. They're straight up removing it from your account. A bunch of movies, if you own them through a Sony account. They're actually removing... This is what I heard. Maybe I'm wrong. This is what I heard. That they're actually removing your ownership, your digital ownership of these things, right? And that's something that's going on right now. Disappearing from streaming services is one thing, but we're talking about if you purchased it, if you paid money to have indefinite access to it. How many always-on internet games are there already? See, I think that I don't think that there should be always on for a game like... Why would GTA 6 be an always-on game, you know? Tons of case law over the last few decades showing that game ownership does not exist. I don't agree with that. I think if you buy a game and the data is on the disc, how do you not own the game, right? Like, it's in my possession, and with no lawyers involved, with no accounts having to be created through a server anywhere, I should be able to put that game into my system, and the system reads the data and then plays the game. And we're not on the internet, and right? This is what I believe. This is how I believe it should be. And Hey, yeah, you know. I'm not sure about what case law has been in a bunch of different cases, but I feel like people get confused about what exactly is being argued, right? Like, by owning this God of War 2, that doesn't mean that I own the IP of God of War 2, right? It just means that I have this disc that if I put into my PlayStation, it plays God of War 2. And if I wanted, I could throw it in the trash or give it to somebody or that kind of thing, you know? That's all ownership is I own this one specific physical pressing of it that I can do what I want with that. And then yeah, a lot of the always online stuff I am not a fan of as well. Which is why I really want Stop Killing Games to do as well as possible. That's another thing where there's a lot of argumentation against Stop Killing Games that fundamentally misunderstands what it's even about. But yeah, I'm hoping that goes as far as it's able to. And this part, usually I play Final Fantasy VIII music during these parts. And it sure is quiet without it, you know. Okay. And yeah, as far as like bribing is concerned, the thing is, I have a lot of distrust for a lot of the systems in society, but I think that most of them are not literal money changing hands, right? Which I think is what's implied with the word, or what's specifically meant with the word bribe, right? I don't think it's money that changes hands. I think it's just people who are in power trying to stay in power and trying to get more power. Or trying to, perhaps trying to desperately claw to keep their power. All right, here we go. It's the final dungeon. What? Eh? All right. Why is the music off? I usually play music over this part. When you do Hojo skip, it bugs the music out for the rest of the game. But yeah, I'm usually playing FF8 music here, which kind of covers it up. The fact that that's happening. But not today. We're going vanilla, baby. All right, here we go. 5.5 steps. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna do 6 because I think that looked weird. Looked weird to me. Okay, circle, right, circle. Ah, we didn't get away in time. We gotta watch this animation. All right, not too bad. But yeah, I haven't actually really seen the latest Stop Killing Games news. I feel like something big happened recently that I haven't really heard about yet. They can't compel companies to keep a game going after they lack the financial resources to do so. But that's the thing, is that that's not what the initiative is asking for, you know? All right. All right. One, 2.5. Right, but that's what's been very frustrating about a lot of the Stop Killing Game stuff, is just seeing all of the confusion over what it is actually trying to accomplish. Whoops. There we go. So this is save crystal glitch. Left, right, 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 left. That just makes it so we don't have to watch the rest of that cutscene. And now our final battle in the step route is right here. Boom. Confusion, misinformation. Oh, yeah, some of it deliberate, like seemingly deliberate misinformation, for sure. By folks who originally misunderstood it, and then, in order to save face, need to still pretend that that's what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. And there we go. We should not get another random encounter. Spicy wiener. Boom, boom, boom. And blammo. The step route is complete. Yo, Bran. And then for marathon safety, we make a save point here. How far off from PB is it? Quite a bit at this point. But, we can figure that out at the bottom of Final Descent here. Someone else will have to do it, though. I'm busy. Well, actually, we can look right now, real quick. All right, here's my PB. Final Descent split was at 623.55. So this split that we're on right now was split at 623.55 on my PB. But okay, so here's the payoff of all that RNG manipulation business we were talking about, is every one of these stones has a random chance to produce a random battle. But if I did everything correctly, we have landed in a window of all zero, or we have landed in the window to get 0 encounters. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so then Mistile, Curse Ring, pop over here. I think we arrange first and then do this and then this and then... HP pluses, and then long range, death blow, added cut, elemental, Rama, high potion, tranks. I think that's it. Yo, Ben. So there you go. We're 9 minutes behind my PB. Boom. Safety saves probably cost about a minute total. I think each one takes about 15 seconds. Oh, by the way, now all Tifa's death blows hit because she's wearing the mistile. Mistile gives accuracy? Almost. It gives evasion, which 1-to-1 directly translates into accuracy percentage. Because in the game's hit calculation, it factors in evasion as just raw hit percent. Yeah, you kind of hear how silly that slap sound is. But yeah, I feel like this was a pretty good practice run. I wouldn't be surprised if my second practice run is worse than this, because you know this is pretty good for a marathon safety strat practice. Practice run from Dash Rusto. All right. So now we get this song throughout this whole fight, which is kind of funny. Just because of the way that the music is bugged. Alright, this should all be totally fine. Unless Bolt would kill Sid here. If Bolt would kill Sid here, we might actually be in trouble. But he's gonna try to Bolt Tifa, so it'll be fine, right? Right? Bolt on Tifa? Okay, on Cloud. We're gonna go mega safety strat here, and we're gonna heal that. Just in case Cloud gets shadow flared. All right. And then the music is still bugged, but I will provide. All right. Oh! All right, all right. Nice. Sid? 07's in chat for Sid. He was a trooper until the very end. Boom! All right, there it is, folks. How about that? Hey, Wolfie, how's it going? Wolfie's just fine, dear. Wolfie's just fine. And Trisalt, RNGesus, how's it going? And thanks for all the GGs, everybody. Reshiram, J-Rod, Insurgent. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I've been doing very well. Haven't done much streaming recently because I've got the kid now. But, you know. It's been great. It's been great. Yo, Sar. What's the new category? Hit me with it. Divine, thank you for the GG. All right, there's just a minute or so left of things to do in the run here. I will, for the second practice run, I will consider doing the black box run, where it is no notes, no chat, right? And I'm just gonna have to sit here and stream of consciousness for 6.5 hours straight without chat. No timer? I won't be able to see the timer, but I will have it running. Because I control it with a foot pedal, so it's easy, you know? Now, my question about the black box run is, should it also be on a regular PS1 and not on a fast disk speed PS2? Oh, and you can already see me holding circle. We're omni-slashing, baby. Yeah, yeah.
You're goddamn right.
Let's go. Boom. All right. And there it is. There it is. Thank you for the GGs, Mrs. Dash. Oh no. DB Zima, MR, Rain, Ender, Too Light, Reshiram, Rendell, Clive's wife, Sefsta, DJ, Armesian, Capo, Blah, Jamie. Thank you for the GGs. Thank you. Walker, KBPSZ, Kowalski, Toxin Bro, Insurgent. Didn't you already get one in? G-Mark, Monstery. You want the riff out? All right. I'll give you the riff. In fact, I'll give you the big one. right, there's that. Oh, hello again. There we go. We're back. But yeah. I had fun. It was a fun run. Always love a good, good FF7 run. Don't got time for a lot of them nowadays, but with Mrs. Dash's blessing, right? We, look at that. It's kind of, I never really thought about the fact that that's the final descent from a bird's eye view right there. That's kind of cool. But yeah, there we go. We did it. We got it done. And then in the next month, I'm going to have to do another one. I'm probably going to want... my other practice run, I'm probably going to try to do as late as possible because I want it to be close to the race. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be as warmed up as possible for the race. Meaning, I want to have done another run as recently as possible. You know? So in the coming month, I would like to get through the rest of verifying Zeal's new world record run, and then do my other practice run after that. But all right. That was like a number 12 run. Oh yeah. Yeah, a lot of that run was really good. The first half of that run was super good, and then it was really just some stuff in the second half that was really bad. I lost a lot of time to the carry armor fight was really slow. The schizo fight was really bad, and then on the way up to Rude, I lost a lot of time as well. Those were really the only things, though. It was really just those three things, but I feel like those three things lost me like 2 minutes each. But all right, there we go. I got to get back to the family. I gotta make some dinner also and that kind of stuff. So I'm just gonna say, thanks for watching, everybody. If you're on Twitch, we will go raid somebody. We'll do a big raid. Everyone else, just thanks for watching. Thanks for being here, But let's see, as far as the Twitch raid is concerned, who's on right now? I'm taking a look, you see. Yo, Smooth McGroove is on and he's drumming? That sounds awesome. You guys know Smooth McGroove? He's the one that did all the acapella video game covers. Did you know that he also plays drums and he's playing them on Twitch right now? He might even be playing them on YouTube if you're able to find a YouTube stream. I'm not sure though, because YouTube is so much more annoying about copyright. So yeah, for everybody on YouTube, thanks for watching. We'll see you later. And then for everybody on Twitch, let's go raid Smooth McGroove. All right.